Chapter 589. Xian Li's sword broke one of Dao Master Yunzhan's transmogrification grade magic treasures, forcing the second-tier primordial divinity realm expert to retreat. The bell of creation turned into the life creation gate and the Taiji Dao soldiers, which formed a formation to suppress the people of the Celestial Pool sect. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. And during this time, Shi Tianhao's divine light of origin, with the help of Lin Feng's purple qi, had completely extracted Shi Tianyi's divine light of termination. The two divine lights flowed together in his golden elixir, connected from head to tail, and the starting and ending points blurred together. Although it was the original owner of the divine light of termination, it would still take time to completely refine it and turn it back into his own. Shi Tianhao was not in a hurry. He only held Shi Tianyi's remaining double pupil in his palm. Shi Tianyi's divine soul and Yuanying had been shaken out of the double pupil, and he stared at Shi Tianhao. Reason told him that he had to escape immediately. Otherwise, both his divine soul and Yuanying would be destroyed, and he would really die without a burial place. However, at this moment, not only the divine light of creation, but even the double pupil had fallen into Shi Tianhao's hands. The gap between his dreams and reality was too big, and it made him furious. Shi Tianhao clenched his fist, and the double pupil suddenly burst into a dazzling light, but there was a feeling that it was at the end of the road. The double pupil was connected to Shi Tianyi's mind, and his own divine soul groaned as if it was being pricked by needles. "It's over," Shi Tianhao said slowly, and with a leap, he rushed in front of Shi Tianyi once again. Shi Tianyi roared, "I'm not willing. I'm not any worse than you." As he roared, his Yuanying suddenly shrank and turned into a ball of light. As it shrank, the surrounding void collapsed, collapsing toward the center of the ball of light. The next moment, the ball of light expanded, and cracks appeared on it. Dazzling white light shot out from it, emitting terrifying waves of power. Shi Tianyi actually wanted to self-destruct his Yuanying in order to perish together with Shi Tianhao. You only have yourself to blame. You can't blame anyone else. Shi Tianhao held the dual pupils in one hand and raised his other hand into a fist. The time symbol was activated, directly freezing Shi Tianyi's divine soul and Yuanying. The collapsing white ball of light stagnated in space. Time seemed to be frozen, and the dynamic picture became static. In the next moment, the stone sword reappeared in Shi Tianhao's hand. He swung the sword and pierced through the white ball of light and Shi Tianyi's divine soul, nailing them together. A look of despair appeared in Shi Tianyi's eyes. The power of Shi Tianhao's Ian character art was removed, and the white ball of light suddenly exploded, swallowing Shi Tianyi's divine soul. The violent energy exploded, and everything was reduced to nothingness. In the distance, Kuang Heng saw this scene and rushed over, but Lin Feng was one step ahead of him. With a flick of his sleeve, clouds of purple qi spread out, directly sweeping away the space where the two of them were. Then, he and Kuang Heng rushed out of the ancient sky dragon domain, one after the other, into the endless void where Xian Li and Xianlin Taoist had already rushed out. In the ancient sky dragon domain, most of the people had not even reacted at this time. Immersed in the shocking scene just now, they looked at each other, feeling a little disbelief. Big Stone was defeated just like that. He was defeated so thoroughly that even Yuanying's self-destruction could do nothing to Little Stone. Yuanying's self-destruction, his divine soul and physical body were completely destroyed, and he can't be more dead. I can't believe that the dual pupils person who cultivated the 9 heavens of Taishu technique possesses the divine light of creation, and is already at the early Yuanying realm would lose to Shi Tianhao, who is at the late golden elixir realm. Big Stone is strong enough. He is indeed worthy of the title of heaven's prideling. There is only one reason why he lost, and that is that Xianmen Tianzong's little stone is stronger. Speaking of Xianmen Tianzong, everyone gazed at the hole in space above the ancient sky dragon domain. On the eastern terrace of the dragon arena, Xianmen Tianzong's camp was already empty. They had all been swept away by Lin Feng earlier. None of the soul form powerhouses could sit still any longer. They all rushed out of the ancient sky dragon domain through the hole, wanting to personally witness the unprecedented battle that was about to take place. It would be a battle even more shocking than the battle between the two stones. In the endless void, Kuang Heng and Xianlin Taoist had already revealed their fruits of ways. Their great power shook up the surroundings. Lin Feng looked at Kuang Heng before him calmly, and Kuang Heng's expression was just as indifferent. The fruit of ways in front of him flowed with light, and countless talismans and characters surged out. The light of these talismans meandered through the pitch-black, tranquil universe like a long river, a powerful conception of power, where the dead were like old people, was manifested from within. The flow of time could not be stopped. The fruit of great light was the fruit of the ways of the world that Kuang Heng had obtained from the void returning stage and unification stage. The river of time flowed into Kuang Heng's immortal city of outline heaven, and Lin Feng's heaven-crushing sword qi attacked again. When it came into contact with the immortal city of outline heaven, the final result was actually the sword qi that collapsed first. The heaven-crushing sword qi that could annihilate everything had actually collapsed. Lin Feng's gaze flickered slightly. Aging. Kuang Heng's immortal city of outline heaven had fused with the power of the fruit of great light. It contained the unstoppable conception of the passage of time and the aging of all things. Everything in the world, whether they were alive or not, could not defeat the flow of time. Who could grasp true eternity? On the other side, Xianlin Taoist had also poured the power of his fruit of ways into the immortal city of outline heaven. His immortal city of outline heaven actually shattered before Xian Li's heaven-crushing sword could reach it. However, the shattering erupted with an extremely terrifying power, as if the world had fallen silent. That terrifying power made everyone raise their eyebrows. It was as if the scene of the cloudy forest realm's dimensional realm being annihilated was replayed. All the essence qi went berserk, the power of boundaries collapsed, and the boundaries of the universe became blurry. The massive distorted power stirred up the starry sky of the universe. Xianlin Taoist's Tao fruit, the fruit of great nirvana, it was the complete Tao of destruction, and its instantaneous explosive power was even more terrifying than Kuang Heng's fruit of great light. This explosion seemed to want to shatter the universe. Even a third-level primordial soul, realm Tao integration expert would not dare to take the risk easily. The group of essence soul, realm powerhouses that had escaped into the void distanced themselves, afraid that they would be implicated. Such a terrifying force was enough to kill a first firmament essence soul realm cultivator, much less if it was directed at them. Only Xian Li was expressionless. She raised the heaven-crushing sword in her hand and pointed it above her head. At the next moment, the sword slashed down. The boundless clear light gathered in a single line. As the line slid down, the void of the universe trembled. It was as if a canvas had been neatly cut in half from the middle. The turbulence caused by the explosion of the Xianlin Taoist's outline heaven immortal city was also severed by the clear light. As if its life had been slashed, the terrifying turbulence instantly lost its vitality. It was like a dying person who fell to the side of the road. The scene that seemed to have a strong start and a weak finish had shocked everyone. Xian Li's sword was too terrifying. Xianlin Taoist's attack earlier was equivalent to a great calamity that could destroy a small world, but it had been obliterated by a single sword. Even if it's a Mahaya-grade Dharma treasure, this power is too shocking. Xianlin Taoist stared at Xianli and thought, but it's not a creation Dharma treasure. While these thoughts flashed through his mind, he did not slow down at all. He put his palms together and said in a deep voice, "Supreme Drum Immortal, please show yourself." Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out. With each explosion, it was as if a primordial universe had been broken and turned into a primordial creation. White light surged in the void and spread out like a tide. Within the white light, a giant drum appeared, the supreme formation-breaking drum. Together with the void yin-yang bell, they were known as the two Taishu treasures. They were the two strongest Dharma treasures in the Taishu temple apart from the creation Dharma treasure, the Haotian mirror. At the same time, they were recognized by the entire Great Heaven primordial world as the two strongest Dharma treasures below the creation level. Beside the giant drum stood an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was tall and strong, and although his face was old, he looked powerful. The old man's name was Supreme Drum Immortal, and he was the primordial spirit of the supreme formation-breaking drum. After he appeared, he did not say anything. Two drumsticks appeared in his hands, and he turned around and started beating the drum rhythmically. The drum beat sounded like the beginning of a primordial world, and circles of dazzling white light spread out. The supreme formation-breaking drum was known as the nemesis of all Dharma arrays in the world. However, other than restraining Dharma arrays, it was also known for other Dharma powers. Every beat of the drum shook the sky. Silently, Lin Feng looked at the giant drum. He had heard of the supreme formation-breaking drum for a long time, but today was the first time he had seen this treasure. The two Taishu treasures live up to their reputation. Lin Feng smiled. A light spot flew out from between his brows, and it quickly turned into a giant Dharma array. It was the yin and yang life and death array. Upon contact with the drum beat of the supreme formation-breaking drum, the yin and yang life and death array began to shake. Many changes occurred within the Dharma array as it fought against the supreme formation-breaking drum. "This Dharma array of yours is extraordinary." Kuang Heng looked at the scene calmly. He raised his palm up high, and the river of time flowed between his fingers silently. His body suddenly moved, and he was already in front of Lin Feng, and he slammed his palm down. The fourth heaven of Taishu, changing heaven divine hand of the universe, the strongest martial arts Dharma of the Taishu temple. In an instant, it was as if the sky had collapsed, crashing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not care about it at all. With the 8 trigrams sky crashing hammer, he collapsed the creation in all directions. The 8 trigrams images transformed and shattered endlessly, activating endless power to clash with Kuang Heng's changing heaven divine hand of the universe. The chi of the void within thousands of miles collapsed, and it was compressed into a vacuum. Kuang Heng's palm was blocked, and he did not move. The river of time flowed between his fingers, causing the power of Lin Feng's 8 trigrams sky crashing hammer to decay. Even Lin Feng's right hand changed. He had achieved primordial spirit, and his body was not an ordinary one. However, at this moment, he was like a mortal. His skin was wrinkled, and it lost its luster. It was as if he had aged. Lin Feng's expression did not change. The Tai Chi pattern on his forehead rotated, and his arm instantly returned to its original state. His appearance did not change, but Kuang Heng, who had collided with his palm and fist, narrowed his eyes. In his perception, Lin Feng seemed to have turned into a huge Tai Chi pattern in an instant, spanning across the universe. At this moment, the void above the two of them surged with layers of purple chi, and a majestic white jade celestial mountain flew out of the void. It was Yujing Mountain. Lin Feng flung his mana, and Shi Tianhao and the others, who he had put away before, were sent up Yujing Mountain. In the next moment, Yujing Mountain came crashing down towards Kuang Heng's head. Kuang Heng looked up at Yujing Mountain, and he was not surprised. Slowly, he said, "Yin Yang Elder, please show yourself." Chapter 590. There was not the slightest change or fluctuation in the void, only a mysterious bell ringing. Without warning, a large bell appeared above Yujing Mountain. Compared to Lin Feng's bell of good fortune, it was not as heavy and had a faint ethereal feel to it. The large bell was almost translucent, flashing with layers of light. It had no color and seemed to be condensed from countless spaces that had been folded and compressed together, condensing into such a strange, large bell. 2 streams of air, one black and one white, circled on both sides of the bell, displaying the changes of yin and yang. It was the void yin-yang bell from the Taishu Temple, which was as famous as the formation-breaking drum. These 2 magic treasures were recognized as the strongest below the creation level in the great Heaven Yuan world, and were also the most likely to reach the Mahayana level. Next to the void yin-yang bell stood an old man. His entire body floated in the void as if he was transparent, and gave off a chaotic and unclear color. There were only 2 strands of long hair hanging down from his temples, one black and one white, like the polar opposites of yin and yang. This old man was called Yin Yang Wang, and was the origin spirit of the void yin-yang bell. His magic power and divine abilities were so strong that they were even stronger than Kuang Heng and Xianlin Taoist. After Yin Yang Wang appeared, he did not immediately look at Yujing Mountain below him. Instead, his gaze pierced through the void, looking at the bell of good fortune that was still fiercely battling the twin sky peaks in the ancient sky dragon domain. It's only at the spirit conception level the younger generation will surpass us in time. Yin Yang Wang sighed softly, retracted his gaze, and looked down at Yujing Mountain below. He gently patted the void yin-yang bell beside him, and it immediately began to vibrate. However, there was no bell ringing, and the void in all directions began to tremble like water covering the entire creation universe. Even the people in the divine land of the vast 1,000 domains seemed to feel the space they were in trembled slightly. The sound of the void yin-yang bell was not real sound, but the trembling of space. Under Yin Yang Wang's control, the black and white streams of air rotated faster and faster, carrying the void yin-yang bell down toward Yujing Mountain. The void yin-yang bell did not look very big, and was no more than 10 feet tall, but the bottom of the bell was like a heaven-devouring black hole that was about to swallow the entire Yujing Mountain. He unleashed his divine ability, and the first person to feel that something was wrong was Lin Feng himself, because he suddenly discovered that there was a mysterious power as vast as the sky that was actually cutting off the 4-in-1 connection between him, Yujing Mountain, the profound heaven treasure tree, and the cyclic purple chi. Kuang Heng said indifferently, "The void yin-yang bell has evolved the power of space to the extreme. It can truly isolate the heavens. Aside from a treasure of fortune, no other power can block it. Although your celestial mountain is strong, it is not a complete entity. As long as it is not a complete entity, then it must rely on magic power and divine sense to connect. This kind of connection cannot be maintained in front of the void yin-yang bell." Kuang Heng looked at Lin Feng calmly. "You have always relied on the celestial mountain to escape into the void, rendering others helpless. But you have to know that there are many things in the world that counteract each other. There has never been a truly invincible existence." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Just as you said, is the void yin-yang bell invincible?" Before he finished speaking, the profound heaven treasure tree at the top of Yujing Mountain suddenly shone brightly. The branches and leaves that covered the sky shook together. As the treasure light flowed, the void kept folding and changing, wanting to break through the void Yin-Yang Bell's restrictive power. It is not among the 4 great spirit trees in the world, but it seems to be superior. Yin-Yang Wang's body merged with the void Yin-Yang Bell. The large bell that seemed to be chaotic and unfathomable kept vibrating. The power of the world barrier grew stronger. One black and one white, the 2 energies of Yin and Yang flowed, causing the power of the void Yin-Yang Bell to grow stronger. It was actually about to overturn Yujing Mountain. Silently, Kuang Heng said, "The void Yin-Yang Bell is indeed not invincible, but it can restrain your celestial mountain." Lin Feng's expression was still calm. He calmly glanced at the void Yin-Yang Bell above his head, but ignored it. Instead, he faced Kuang Heng. His body suddenly lit up with a faint light. The light shone on Kuang Heng, and the river of time that flowed between Kuang Heng's fingers suddenly stopped. It was as if a river had entered winter, and the water was frozen. But what kind of power could freeze the flow of time? If the flow of time and the corrosion of time could be stopped, then what else could destroy this light? Even though Kuang Heng's power was monstrous, the things in the light would forever stay in the perfect moment, time, and the world would not change at all. Immortal and indestructible, eternal and free. Eternal light. Kuang Heng revealed a look of shock. This is the concept of power contained in the primordial emperor's immortal dragon city. No wonder I felt something was wrong when I arrived at Western Tomb City. So Stonefeather had completely refined immortal dragon city. But how did you obtain eternal light? Stonefeather refining immortal dragon city is related to you. Is it because of that sword of yours? In an instant, Kuang Heng understood the cause and effect. He put his palms together, and outline heaven, celestial city protected his body, blocking Lin Feng's attack. With Lin Feng's eternal light in hand, even though he couldn't completely restrain Kuang Heng's supreme light Dao fruit, he was able to block the power of time from the supreme light Dao fruit, so his magic power wouldn't be corroded by time. With this as a foundation, his attacks became stronger with each wave. Heaven punishing sword Qi and primordial heaven opening mystic art attacked together. The 2 extreme powers of major destruction and major creation unified. The Tao of life and death reached a whole new level, directly breaking Kuang Heng's outline heaven, celestial city. Kuang Heng shouted in a low voice, "Rise!" His body suddenly lit up with boundless light, setting off a sea of light that swept in all directions. The light had an extremely pure concept of power that repelled all things. It didn't allow any impurities, and it isolated Lin Feng outside. Lin Feng looked carefully and saw that Kuang Heng was wearing a long robe. He couldn't see his true appearance, but it was flashing with light as if it was completely condensed from light. Magic treasure, boundless radiance, heavenly robe. Once this treasure appeared, it instantly blocked Lin Feng's attack. The incomparably ferocious, heaven-punishing sword Qi broke the light, but the sea of light was boundless. The light waves were like the waves of the sea, endless and continuous, whittling away the heaven-punishing sword Qi. On the other side, the Supreme Formation Breaking Drum had already started fighting with Lin Feng's Yin and Yang Life and Death Formation. The Yin and Yang Life and Death Formation was completely activated. Countless light rays interweaved in the cosmic sea of stars with strange trajectories and rules, forming an incomparably huge formation. In the formation, profound and complicated runes rose and fell, and they combined together, gradually forming a huge pattern with black and white poles covering the entire world. The universe purple Qi and the central earth divine light formed the transformation of heaven and earth. At this moment, little Lin Tong was also sitting in the formation, combining with the Death Chi stone, forming the transformation of life and death. Other than that, a milky white flame rose in the formation, turning into pure Yang Qi. A purple crystal similarly flickered with light, stimulating the pure Yin Qi. The pure Yang true fire and the netherworld purple crystal combined their powers. Yin and Yang opposed and blended, evolving the transformation of the universe and the creation of all things. The Yin and Yang life and death formation, the 6 paths of life and death, the transformation of Yin and Yang. Inside the formation, a seemingly transparent leather that kept changing shape, flashing with brilliant lights and overflowing colors, turning into countless scenes. This was the apology gift that the Sky Fox Great Sage gave to Lin Feng, the Yuan Shen ancient skin, which was left behind by a mirage demon that had achieved the immortal demon soul realm when it was alive, and was personally refined by the Sky Fox Great Sage. It really had endless illusory changes. Magnificent mountains and rivers, desolate deserts, raging waves in the deep sea, small bridges, starry sky, the 9 underworlds, one scene after another kept evolving, like one world after another. And opposite the Yuan Shen ancient skin was a white jade stone, transparent and smooth as a mirror. This was the treasure that Shi Tianhao used to break Shi Tianyi's dual pupils, the illuminating heaven stone. Wherever the radiance of the illuminating heaven stone went, all illusory illusions were destroyed, restoring the original reality, and the illusions formed by the Yuan Shen ancient skin were dissolved one by one. The 2 sides unified opposites, forming a strange balance, but also combining the 2 extreme powers of illusory and real, pushing them to a new peak together. The Yin and Yang life and death formation, the 6 paths of life and death, the transformation of illusory and real. Before this, the Yin and Yang life and death formation that Lin Feng had mastered was always in an incomplete state, at least when the 6 paths of life and death, the 6 transformations, and the 12 treasures were gathered, and the 6 transformations were interconnected, the formation could be considered complete. When the complete Yin and Yang life and death formation appeared, each of the transformations of the 6 paths of life and death could exert its true power. Compared to the previous transformations of heaven and earth and the transformations of life and death, now even the transformations of Yin and Yang and the transformation of illusory and real were finally activated. The 4 transformations were activated together, and together with the previous transformations of heaven and earth and the transformation of life and death, they were much more powerful. The 4 transformations of heaven and earth, Yin and Yang, life and death, and illusory and real were performed together, and the overall strength of the Yin and Yang life and death formation reached a new height, almost turning into a complete world. But the Taishang formation breaking drum was also really fierce. The Taishang formation breaking immortal stood in front of the huge drum, the drumsticks beating nonstop, and the drum beats that shook the universe rang out one after another. One drum beat broke 1 layer of the Yin and Yang life and death formation, but the 4 layers of transformations cycled and reborn, making the Taishang formation breaking drum unable to break it completely. While Lin Feng battled with Kuang Heng, his other mind was used to control the Yin and Yang life and death formation. He casually pointed, and the eternal radiance poured into the Yin and Yang life and death formation. At the same time, the formation suddenly lit up with countless light spots. Every light spot was very small, like sand. The light constantly flickered, constantly extinguishing. It looked short and fragmented, insignificant, but shockingly merged with the fleeting true meaning of power of an instant. That was the most precious treasure produced by the Celeritas sword sect, the divine flash sand. The Celeritas sword sect cultivated the supreme divine ability, the sword escape, and needed the assistance of this treasure to merge with the concept of the instant. That day, when swordsman Flowing Light brought Tao Yao Yao to Yujing Mountain to ask for the heaven-mending vine, it was with this treasure as the price. Lin Feng had long since made a plan. He would first get the divine flash sand, then the eternal radiance, the concept of power that belonged to the two extremes of time, instant and eternity, merged into one in the yin and yang life and death formation at this moment, developing the endless mysteries of time. Yin and yang life and death formation, 6 paths of life and death, eternal instant transformation. The 5th layer transformation of the 6 paths of life and death also officially started. 5 kinds of profound opposing powers of the two extremes spread out, causing the power of the yin and yang life and death formation to rise another level. The formation operated, and even the Taishang formation breaking drum wanted to break. The transformation within became incomparably difficult. The Taishang formation breaking drum, immortal, Kuangheng, and Xianlin Taoist expressions all became solemn. The yin and yang life and death formation was like a monster that swallowed the heavens and the earth, constantly expanding, including the entire blue dome of heaven. But at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. A crack split open in the sea of stars, and a white sword chi rushed out from within. Heavenly Immortal Sword Chi. Shushan Sword Sect. Chapter 5, 91. A beam of white sword chi split the galaxy and slashed straight at Lin Feng. It was the treasure of the Mount Shu Sword Sect, the strongest sword technique of the great heaven world, the heavenly immortal sword chi. Lin Feng's eyes flashed slightly as he formed a sword seal with his right hand and pointed at the heavenly immortal sword chi. A beam of terrifying gray sword chi met the attack head-on. It was the heaven-punishing sword chi. The two beams of terrifying sword chi, one gray and one white, collided. There was no violent reaction. Only the void at the point of contact distorted and turned into a vortex. The vortex spun constantly, devouring everything around it, and even small stars were drawn into it. The vortex expanded again and again until the surrounding void could no longer bear it and collapsed together. The vortex exploded, and sword chi shot out in all directions like a meteor shower, filling the entire universe. Lin Feng counterattacked, but no longer paid attention to his opponent. Instead, he suddenly turned his head to look at the void yin-yang bell that was about to cover Mount Yujing. Exhausting the mysteries of space and the transformation of yin and yang is indeed extraordinary, Lin Feng said indifferently, but it's useless against me. As he spoke, the surface of Lin Feng's body suddenly glowed with a black and white light. At first, it was only a faint ray of light, but an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly pervaded the void. The sky was filled with light and clouds, surrounding Lin Feng, while the black and white light alternated and flickered, becoming more and more dazzling, as if a sun of yin and yang was slowly rising. In the black and white sun, there seemed to be a god opening his eyes, majestically sweeping across the world and the universe. That terrifying power made everyone's hearts palpitate. Even though they were still in the ancient sky dragon domain and separated from Lin Feng by endless space, just seeing the appearance of this power was enough to make everyone below the primordial spirit realm tremble and kneel on the ground. It was as if mortals could not help but kowtow in worship of a god descending to earth. No matter how strong one's Tao heart, consciousness, or magical power was, they could only bow their heads at this moment. Although swordsman Flowing Light, swordsman Glorious Dawn, and other primordial spirit realm experts could still stand still, their expressions were extremely grave. They could only guarantee that they would not bow to the black and white light, but they were powerless to protect their disciples. Furthermore, he had only seen the black and white radiance from afar, and had yet to truly become enemies with it. only with the protection of the Qin Emperor, Shiryu, the people of the great Qin Empire, were barely unaffected. However, everyone below the nascent divinity realm, including Shi Xingyun and Shi Chongyun, trembled nonstop, as if they would collapse at any moment. At this moment, the smile on Wu Qingrou's face completely disappeared as she murmured, "Divine light of fortune, the master of the celestial gate, also possesses the divine light of creation." Whether it was Shi Tianhao or Shi Tianyi, although they had activated the divine light of creation and awed the crowd, and even attracted the attention of nascent divinity warriors, they were still in the golden elixir period and the Yuanying period. The divine light of creation had just been reborn. What was terrifying was its limitless potential. Although it was immature, it was still heaven-defying and profound. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had already reached the primordial soul realm, was displaying his divine light of creation. At first, there was only a trace, but in the blink of an eye, black and white radiance appeared everywhere. The terrifying aura caused everyone's soul to tremble. The divine might filled the sky, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the end, the place where Lin Feng stood lit up with endless light. It was a vast expanse, and countless mysterious runes and diagrams densely covered the void. The divine light of creation was a unique and powerful force that would continue to grow stronger as its owner's cultivation base improved. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was in the black and white radiance, stood proudly in the void like a god descending to the world. He raised his head and looked at the void yin-yang bell that was about to cover Yujing Mountain. Immediately, a divine light was released. The endless radiance turned into a shocking rainbow, as if it was going to split the entire void in half. In the half-black and half-white radiance, the sky was filled with the chanting of gods and Buddhas. The light and shadows of the gods and Buddhas became tangible and stood together on the radiance. It was as if they were standing on a bridge that crossed the heavens and reached the other side. Lin Feng's divine light of creation flashed, and Yujing Mountain and the void yin-yang bell shook at the same time. Yin-yang Elder's expression suddenly changed. He took a step forward and merged with the Dharma treasure beside him. The void yin-yang bell shook the universe and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding Lin Feng's divine light of creation. However, its Dharma power that targeted Yujing Mountain was immediately unable to continue. Yujing Mountain, the Xiantian treasure tree, and the cyclic purple qi re-established their connection with Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored the void yin-yang bell and looked at Kuang Heng again. Divine light of black and white radiated outwards, drowning the heavens and earth. Kuang Heng was shocked. The supreme light Tao fruit appeared once again, but it did not affect him. Instead, it pushed out a complete Tao fruit. Under the effect of the Tao fruit, even the time in the universe flowed rapidly, aging and decaying. However, it could do nothing to Lin Feng's divine light of creation. In the black and white radiance, Lin Feng suddenly rushed out. A flashing black and white heaven-punishing sword qi directly pierced through the supreme light Tao fruit. In the next moment, Lin Feng was already beside Kuang Heng. Kuang Heng formed a seal with his hand, and a golden door of light lit up in the boundless sea of clouds. It was the central heavenly gate of the 9 heavens of Taishu technique. He wanted to use the central heavenly gate to open a way out and temporarily avoid Lin Feng's edge. It's too late to leave now. Lin Feng swung his fist, and the divine light of creation covered the heavens, directly destroying the golden door of light with a punch. In front of me, all doors are sealed. You have no way out. After shattering the central heavenly gate with a punch, Lin Feng's body flashed and continued to rush towards Kuang Heng. He raised his palm and spread his fingers, turning into a giant hand that covered the sky, and pressed down. Kuang Heng's body also lit up with endless light. It was the great freedom light, heavenly robe at work. Unfortunately, the light had just lit up when it was extinguished by Lin Feng's palm, as if he was crushing an incense stick with his fingers. Qi. Kuang Heng sent out another supreme light, Tao fruit. The Tao fruit suddenly exploded, but it reversed the power of the passing of time, causing the flow of time in the entire universe to seemingly stop. Taking advantage of this time, Kuang Heng turned into a stream of light and escaped. However, the great freedom light heavenly robe was firmly grasped by Lin Feng's palm and could not break free. Kuang Heng could only escape by himself, abandoning the magic treasure. Lin Feng did not continue to chase after Kuang Heng. Instead, he put his palms together and slapped the great freedom light heavenly robe. As black and white light flashed, the original spirit of this magic treasure was destroyed. The pitiful great freedom light heavenly robe was considered a powerful magic treasure, but its original spirit was destroyed just like that. Lin Feng threw the shell of the great freedom light heavenly robe directly into the yin and yang life and death formation. Within the formation, there was already a pitch-black skeleton of a ferocious beast emitting boundless darkness. The skeleton of the primordial great demon, king of darkness, Mingdu, gave birth to the most extreme, primitive, and pure power of darkness. It had the power of ending and destruction and the power of silence, as well as the birth of all things, the birth of creation, the peace of peace, as if it was the mother of all things. However, when the great freedom light heavenly robe entered, this dark world immediately became incomparably violent and vicious, and the endless light of the great freedom light heavenly robe did not give way. In this opposition, both sides were stimulated with great power. The two extremes of light and darkness opposed each other, giving birth to endless changes. Yin and yang life and death formation, the 6 paths of life and death, the change of light and darkness. The first to realize that something was wrong was the primordial spirit of the supreme array-breaking drum, the great drum immortal. He stared at the yin and yang life and death formation, his expression unprecedentedly serious. This was because at this moment, the yin and yang life and death formation was exploding with a shocking transformation. Heaven and earth, life and death, yin and yang, eternal instant, illusion and reality, light and darkness, the yin and yang life and death formation, the 6 paths of life and death, had finally reached the large success stage. The 6 paths were born at the same time, almost directly forming a whole new world. In the void of the universe, the vast power of the realms surged, causing friction with the original realms of the great 1,000 worlds, causing the borders of the 2 worlds to twist together. Evolving the vast 1,000 worlds, opening up creation, it can hardly be defined by the formation. The grand drum immortal took a deep breath and merged with the main body of the very high formation breaking drum beside him. The huge drum in the void sounded with a deafening drum beat. With every beat, a vast radiance surged from the drum. Within the radiance, tens of thousands of talisman characters appeared, forming streams of light that wrapped around the world of creation formed by the yin and yang life and death formation. Tens of thousands of streams of light were like countless long rivers, and within the rivers, radiant divine talismans appeared. These streams of light were like chains that wrapped around the yin and yang life and death formation, trying to restrain and suppress it. As Lin Feng watched the chains of light wrap around the yin and yang life and death formation, he immediately formed a hand seal. Yin and yang life and death formation, 6 transformations, and 3 techniques, reverse polarity, activate. The 6 paths of life and death, the 6 transformations gathered together, and the yin and yang life and death formation gave birth to a brand new divine ability. This was a powerful divine ability that could only be produced by the gathering of the 12 formation treasures, and it pushed the power of the yin and yang life and death formation to a new peak. The first technique of the 3 new divine abilities, reverse polarity, was used, and the mysterious power immediately broke the tens of thousands of chains of light released by the very high formation breaking drum. The new world formed by the formation underwent a shocking transformation. The world was turned upside down. The dead came back to life. Yin and yang were reversed. Time flowed backward. False returned to reality. Light and darkness were reversed. The entire world gave birth to a huge power of reversal and distortion. This majestic power even affected the vast 1,000 worlds that came into contact with this world. The void shattered and turned into nothingness. The very high formation breaking drum felt like it was in a deep-sea whirlpool about to be torn apart by the twisting power. Boom, 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 boom. The drum beats were unprecedentedly urgent. Layers of light and cloud surged, like the sea stabilizing divine needle, firmly nailed in the center of the storm, resisting the terrifying power of the whirlpool. Although the supreme formation breaking drum had not been defeated, it had been forced into a passive defensive position by a formation. This scene was still shocking to everyone. On the other side, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in green appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was the sect leader of Mount Shu Sword Sect, Xian Longsheng. From the moment Lin Feng blocked Xian Longsheng's sword to the moment he activated the divine light of creation, repelled the void yin-yang bell, and snatched Kuang Heng's great, freedom, radiant heavenly robe, only a short moment had passed. And just as he destroyed the great freedom, radiant heavenly robe's primordial spirit and threw it into the yin and yang life and death formation, Xian Longsheng was already in front of him. The two looked at each other, and neither said a word. They raised their hands together, and immediately 2 rays of sword chi, 1 gray and 1 white, stabbed at each other. Chapter 592. The 2 most powerful sword Daos in the world collided once again, annihilating an expanse of stars. The sword Dao was sharp and lethal, and it was an extremely ferocious divine ability. If Lin Feng and Xian Longsheng made even the slightest mistake, one of them would die. Xian Longsheng stood in the void, with an ordinary long sword in his hand. He pointed the tip of the long sword at Lin Feng and shook it lightly. The white heavenly immortal sword chi was instantly compressed and condensed at the tip of the sword, turning into a dazzling white light. In the pitch-black universe, the white light was as dazzling as a star. In the next moment, the waterfall-like sword light poured down towards Lin Feng, like a river of stars rolling in reverse, surging and flying. Lin Feng didn't waste any more words with him, spreading out the heaven-punishing sword chi. The dusky, terrifying sword chi that slaughtered all life and destroyed all creation condensed into a line, splitting the vast white sky river in the middle with the force of splitting the sea. Xian Longsheng held the sword in his right hand and made a sword seal with his left hand before pointing it in the air. The white, heavenly, immortal sword chi suddenly condensed into white spirit talismans. These were not ordinary talismans, but terrifying sword talismans condensed from heavenly immortal sword chi. Xian Longsheng waved his hand, and tens of thousands of sword talismans appeared in the void. They were so densely packed that it was frightening to look at. These sword talismans were arranged in different numbers, 49, 72, 81, 108, and they formed different formations. Sword formations of different sizes stood in the starry sky, but they were all extremely profound and powerful. At the same time, their killing intent was astonishing. Thousands of sword formations were as dense as the stars in the sky, forming a starry sky composed of sword talismans and sword formations. Then, these terrifying sword formations gathered again to form a ball of light in the shape of a fruit. As soon as the ball of light appeared, before it could do anything, the surrounding void shattered. As expected of a sword cultivator, Lin Feng evaluated indifferently. Xian Longsheng really didn't hesitate and was extremely straightforward. After probing 3 sword strikes, he directly revealed his Dao fruit and intended to fight Lin Feng with his strongest strength. Xian Longsheng calmly looked at Lin Feng and pointed his sword at Lin Feng. His heavenly immortal sword Dao True Fruit released a dazzling light that stabbed at Lin Feng. Thousands of sword talismans were born and destroyed, and thousands of sword formations changed. The power was shocking. Lin Feng did not move. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a girl with a sword case on her back and a long sword in her hand that was 1/3 rusted. She looked at the terrifying sword light in front of her expressionlessly. Xian Li's half-black and half-white hair fluttered in the wind. His originally black pupils suddenly became as red as blood. The heaven-punishing sword was raised high above his head, and a bright light shook the void. In the next moment, a trace of dark red light gradually appeared in that terrifying light. Xian Li slashed down with the heaven-punishing sword. As the clear light surged, there was a faint, blood-red light. After the clear light reached its peak, it quickly retracted. However, the blood-red light became brighter and brighter. In a flash, it directly cut off Xian Longsheng's sword light. Xian Longsheng's eyes lit up when he saw the blood-red light. He activated his heavenly immortal sword Dao True Fruit, and beams of light flew across the sky. However, facing the blood-red heaven-punishing sword light, it was like ordinary iron meeting a divine weapon that could cut iron like mud. All the sword light was cut off one after another. The heaven-punishing sword in Xian Li's hand moved, and the blood-red light drew a mysterious arc in the sky. It left a dark red mark in the dark sky, as if it was a wound of heaven and earth. The blood-red sword light pierced through the endless space and slashed toward Xian Longsheng's heavenly immortal sword Dao True Fruit. Xian Longsheng's expression was extremely serious. The long sword in his hand stabbed into the heavenly immortal sword Dao True Fruit. The mysterious power of the Dao fruit condensed into the sword, and sharp sword formations were engraved on the metal blade. As Xian Longsheng pulled out the long sword in his hand, the ordinary steel sword had already turned into a resplendent sword of light. Xian Longsheng held the sword of light and swung it in the void, accurately blocking the path of the blood-red, heaven-punishing sword light. The two sides clashed, and the universe suddenly lit up with a resplendent rain of light, drowning out the entire void. The blood-red sword light shattered, and the long sword in Xian Longsheng's hand also shattered, no longer existing. Wu Qingru stared at the disappearing blood-red sword light and said without turning her head, "Your Majesty, can the immortal dragon city block this sword?" "It can, but it needs to activate the eternal radiance." Emperor Qin Stonefeather also stared at the blood-red, heaven-punishing sword light. Given the sword's current state, the immortal dragon city can also block it if the Celestial Gate sect master personally controls it. The so-called current state naturally meant that 1/3 of the heaven-punishing sword's blade was still unsharpened. Stonefeather stared at the heaven-punishing sword in Xian Li's hand. After clashing with the heavenly immortal sword Qi, the last 1/3 of the blade's rust was also gradually fading. Many primordial soul, realm big shots noticed this and understood the meaning behind it. Everyone fell silent. On the other side, Lin Feng was not idle either. Since Xian Li was facing Xian Longsheng, he turned his target to Xianlin Taoist. As the black and white radiance flashed, Lin Feng had already killed his way to Xianlin Taoist. and the terrifying radiance shook the surroundings. Xianlin Taoist released his supreme Nirvana Tao fruit, and a terrifying power exploded, blasting the void into chaotic turbulence. Lin Feng stabbed out with the black and white heaven-punishing sword Qi, and instantly destroyed the chaotic turbulence. Xianlin Taoist stepped onto the stone stairs and ascended into the sky. The stone stairs flashed with a white luster, and the white light rapidly turned into clouds in the void. When Lin Feng came into contact with the sea of white clouds, he immediately felt something was different. He looked up and saw Xianlin Taoist landing on the top of the stairs. If someone below the stairs wanted to attack someone on the stairs, their magical power would be greatly depleted. Their original power would be reduced to less than half when they attacked upward. Xianlin Taoist stood at the top of the stairs and put his palms together. The white clouds quickly turned golden, and the rumbling sound of thunder came from within. Fifth heavens of the great void realm. Heavenly cloud dragon lightning manipulation technique. Combined with the power of his supreme Nirvana Tao fruit, the golden thunderclouds danced with lightning as if the end of the world was coming. When someone standing on the stairs attacked the opponent below, their magical power would be strengthened. Lin Feng witnessed this scene and moved his hands. His right hand used the heaven-punishing sword Qi to cut through the golden thunderclouds. His left thumb curled up in his palm, and the remaining 4 fingers spread out. The earth, water, fire, and wind jumped violently at his fingertips. Then the violent and chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind calmed down, and the world was restored. A bubble appeared, and after it burst, the clear and turbid air separated, and the world was created. The thumb of Lin Feng's left hand that was curled up in the center of his palm opened up. His 5 fingers formed a mysterious seal and grabbed towards the stone stairs under Tao Master Xuanlin's feet with a great power that could split the heavens and the earth. It was an extension of the primeval heaven opening technique, the primeval heaven opening palm. Lin Feng didn't care about Xianlin Taoist on the stone stairs at all. He grabbed at the stone stairs and pulled hard, almost shaking Xianlin Taoist off the stairs. Xianlin Taoist's expression changed slightly, and his boundless magical power came down, suppressing the stone stairs so that Lin Feng couldn't move. Taishu Temple's great Tao magical power poured down and attacked Lin Feng below the stairs. Lin Feng grabbed the stairs with his left hand and waved his right hand. One magical power after another collided with Xianlin Taoist, and Xianlin Taoist was on the verge of falling. Quang Heng was still calm when Lin Feng stripped him of the great freedom light robe. However, when he saw Lin Feng grabbing the stone stairs, his expression changed slightly. "Let go!" Quang Heng made a seal in front of his chest, and 6 colorful halos appeared in front of him. The halos were of different colors, and the scenes in the halos were different as well. It was as if there were 6 independent small worlds, and the power of these 6 small worlds was added to Quang Heng's body, causing his body to glow with divine light. 7th heavens of the great void realm. Harmonious 6 divine armor ritual. The power of the 6 small worlds added to his body caused Quang Heng's body to expand, and he turned into a giant. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Feng. He slammed his palm down heavily, and the violent aura caused the creation divine light around Lin Feng's body to become unstable. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and the black and white divine light around his body suddenly paused. In the next moment, it exploded even more fiercely. In the light, countless gods almost materialized from light and shadow. They sang in unison, and the heavens and earth shook with the boundless light. It blended with the boundless light, and Quang Heng was forced to retreat. Amidst the singing and the light, it seemed as if a supreme being of heaven and earth, who could step on the reincarnation of the Yellow Springs, was being born. Lin Feng's body was surrounded by countless divine clouds. He shook his left hand again, and Xianlin Taoist was thrown off the stone stairs. After putting away the stone stairs, the creation divine light around Lin Feng's body dimmed a little, and the singing gradually became softer. He didn't continue to chase after Kuang Heng and Xianlin Taoist. Instead, he took a step to Xianli's side. In front of him, Xian Longsheng was empty-handed. He calmly looked at Lin Feng and Xianli, and the heavenly immortal sword qi around his body became even more powerful. What was even more terrifying was that behind Xian Longsheng's back, a faint sword light appeared in the void. The sword light didn't seem dazzling, and it even seemed a little weak, but an incomparably frightening aura came from it. It was even more frightening than the heaven-punishing sword, which was shining with boundless light and illuminating the endless void. A pure white, jade-like sword slowly emerged from the void behind Xian Longsheng. Only the hilt of the sword was exposed, but it was already terrifying enough. In front of this sword, Lin Feng felt as if he was facing a real creation world. It wasn't an imitation of magic power or a divine ability, but a true creation, heavenly immortal sword. Lin Feng took a deep breath and watched as Xian Longsheng reached out to grab the hilt of the sword and pulled the white jade sword out of the void. Wherever the sword pointed, the world was thrown into chaos, and the creation world was shaken. The treasure of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, the creation Dharma treasure, the heavenly immortal sword. Among all the creation Dharma treasures in the entire heaven primordial world, it was the top existence in terms of pure offensive power. Previously, when facing the immortal Dragon City, Lin Feng didn't continue to attack after the immortal Dragon City was completely refined. The immortal Dragon City only defended and didn't do anything else. Only now did Lin Feng truly face the power of a creation Dharma treasure. It was a creation Dharma treasure created to help humans resist the great calamity of the world and cross the bitter sea era. Xian Longsheng held the heavenly immortal sword in his hand, but he didn't swing it as freely as before. The white jade sword in his hand seemed to be carrying the weight of a world. Wherever his sword pointed, the spirit qi in the void of the entire universe and the vast 1,000 worlds gathered toward this sword. The endless spirit qi turned into an invisible sword light and pointed directly at Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng can't see the formless edge, he can clearly feel the terrifying power of everything within it as the edge, heaven and earth as the sword. Chapter 593. In the ancient sky dragon domain, the old sword immortal, the flying snow sword venerable, the flowing light sword venerable, the brilliant sun sword venerable, the star constellation sword venerable, and the others trembled when they saw the white jade sword. In front of flowing light sword master, an old man with long white hair and a tall crown appeared. It was not a physical body, but was composed of light and shadow. It was the treasure of the flowing light sword sect, the sword spirit of the flowing light sword sect. Almost at the same time, in front of old sword immortal and some other people, several sword spirits also appeared, all of which were the primordial spirits of incarnation, level swords, and magic treasures. In addition, there were also spirit-nurturing level swords and magic treasures. Although the primordial spirits could not manifest, the blades were automatically unsheathed and suspended in midair. The other sword cultivators below the primordial spirit stage, as long as they were present, were unsheathed one after another, constantly vibrating in the air. The group of sword spirits, with solemn expressions, slowly bowed to the white jade sword in the endless void. The other magic treasure swords that were directly unsheathed also fell to the white jade sword. The swords below the level of magic treasure all fell to the ground, slightly trembling on the ground. When the immortal heaven sword appeared, tens of thousands of swords bowed their heads. even Old Sword Immortal, Flowing Light Sword Master, Brilliant Sun Sword Master, and the other great Primordial Spirit Sword cultivators, in the face of the White Jade Sword, also lowered their prideful heads. The sword cultivators below the Primordial Spirit stage all knelt on one knee. No one would laugh at them. Everyone was shocked that they were able to witness the ancestor of all swords. The power and concept of the world as a sword made even the people in the ancient sky dragon domain feel as if they were in a sea of sword chi, and their bodies were surrounded by terrifying sword intent. And Lin Feng, who was directly facing the immortal heaven sword, felt as if the vast 1,000 domains he was in had turned into a murderous sharp sword, striking towards him with an earth-shattering force. It was a feeling of being the enemy of the entire world, which made one's mind tremble. Everything in the world had turned into the sharp sword of the enemy to kill him. Lin Feng reached out and gently patted the sword case behind Xian Li. Xian Li, who had been expressionless like a puppet, suddenly made a very human-like gesture. She pursed her lips tightly, as if she was very unwilling. But this time, she listened to Lin Feng's arrangement. Xian Li, who had been unwilling to merge back into the sword sheath since she appeared, took a step forward and merged back into the sword sheath. Lin Feng patted the scabbard lightly again. The top of the scabbard bounced open, and the Sky Destroyer sword slowly rose from within. Quick! Lin Feng grasped the Heaven Destroyer sword, and with a wave of the sword's edge, the myriad of murderous clear lights all converged, and the tip of the sword condensed into a wisp of dark red sword light that was as sharp as blood. At this moment, Xian Longsheng, who was wielding the immortal heaven sword, fiercely attacked. The square world seemed to have transformed into sharp sword projections that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath and swung the Heaven Destroyer sword. Blood-red sword radiance flashed, splitting the sword radiance of heaven and earth. The terrifying sword intent that could destroy heaven and earth was completely unleashed. It was not targeted at an individual, nor was it targeted at a certain group, but the entire great Tao of heaven and earth, as well as the creation world, as the target to destroy. Whether there was life or not, as long as it existed, it would be destroyed. It was different from the sword Tao of Mount Shu, and different from any other killing sword in this world. Instead, it was a sword that could destroy heaven and earth. Although they were shocked by the terrifying power contained in Lin Feng's Heaven Destroyer sword, Quang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Qin Shiryu sighed slightly. What a pity! Unfortunately, the Heaven Destroyer sword in front of him had not been completely honed. Although the blood-red sword radiance was boundlessly domineering, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water when faced with the immortal heaven sword that was condensed from the sword Qi of the entire great heaven Yuan world. It was not only in this universe, not only in the ancient sky dragon domain, but in the entire divine land, every existence that could be called a sword was trembling slightly. The sword intent of all the cultivators in the world that cultivated the way of the sword was boiling, uncontrollably soaring into the sky and gathering toward the universe in the sky. Xian Longsheng held the immortal heaven sword in his hand as if he was controlling all the swords in the world. He was like the emperor of swords, and everything in the world belonged to him. The only exception was the Heaven Destroyer sword that was in Lin Feng's hand. At this moment, the Heaven Destroyer sword was like a rebel, proud and resolute in the face of the high and mighty immortal heaven sword. It was fearless even though the entire world was its enemy. It ignored the majesty of the emperor and the siege of the world, the traitor that was condemned by thousands of people, or the only one that was pure when the entire world was dirty. Under the impact of the sword intent of the world, Lin Feng and the Heaven Destroyer sword were like a lonely boat that was constantly bobbing up and down. It looked like it was on the verge of collapse, as if it could be overturned by the next wave. Xian Longsheng had not said a word ever since he appeared. At this moment, his eyes were calm as he stared at Lin Feng and the Heaven Destroyer's sword. He formed a sword seal with his left hand, and the sword intent of the immortal heaven sword that was as transparent as white jade in his right hand grew stronger and stronger, almost turning the world upside down. Lin Feng glanced at the Heaven Destroyer sword in his hand and saw that the rust on the last third of the blade was slowly fading under the attack of the immortal heaven sword's sword intent. However, the speed was still very slow, which was somewhat inappropriate in such a dangerous environment. Forget it. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The first, second, and third stages of the primordial spirit realm were completely different from the early, middle, and late stages of the Yuanying stage and the early, middle, and late stages of the golden elixir stage. In terms of cultivation difficulty, the difference between the incarnation, void return, and Tao integration stages was basically the same as the difference between the three major stages of the foundation establishment, golden elixir, and Yuanying. The difference in strength wasn't that terrifying, but it wasn't that big either. Even so, if they were both unarmed, Lin Feng, who was at the first stage of the primordial spirit realm and at the incarnation realm, would not be afraid to fight against Xian Longsheng, who was at the third stage of the primordial spirit realm and at the Tao integration realm. However, with the appearance of the immortal heaven sword, the situation was completely different. The Heaven Destroyer sword had not been completely honed, and Kuang Heng and the others were still eyeing it. Lin Feng patted his head, and a clear light was released, filling the starry sky of the universe. As the clear light flickered, outsiders couldn't see the scene clearly, but a Tai Chi diagram appeared. It was vast and boundless, and it was so huge that it seemed like a universe of its own. Black and white mixed and spun continuously, evolving into thousands of profound mysteries of creation. Above the Tai Chi diagram, rolling purple chi surged and turned into a vast sea of clouds. In the sea of clouds, the white jade immortal mountain stood tall, and the treasure tree at the top of the mountain shone with rainbow light. Endless astral winds and rolling thunder clouds prostrated at the foot of the white jade immortal mountain, becoming its stairs and guards. Together, they surrounded and protected this immortal mountain that seemed to be the ruler of the 9 heavens. The next moment, in the midst of the purple sea of clouds, the majestic white jade immortal mountain slowly descended, completely sinking into the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram spun and returned to the top of Lin Feng's head along the clear light. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly spewed out a vigorous purple light. Huff! With a soft shout, Lin Feng's entire body expanded rapidly, instantly becoming incomparably huge. It was difficult to calculate his height, as if he was a creation world. In the past, when he was in the Yuanying stage, his spirit had contained Jade Immortal Mountain, and it had almost caused him to explode. After much difficulty, he had finally accepted Jade Immortal Mountain, but his spirit had become sluggish, and he could barely use his magical powers. He could only barely activate the power of the Immortal Mountain. Today, he had formed his nascent soul and used his nascent soul incarnation to directly install Jade Immortal Mountain. However, he had taken control of Jade Immortal Mountain and turned its power into his own. Right now, he was just accommodating it, not completely refining it. When his cultivation level was higher and he truly integrated the power of Jade Immortal Mountain, his power would increase by another level. But even if he was just accommodating it, the enormous power made Lin Feng seem like the ruler of the universe. His body was so huge that it occupied the entire starry sky, like a giant god that had truly created the world. When he exhaled, there would be endless astral winds. When he stomped his feet, there would be tsunamis and landslides. When he opened and closed his eyes, It was like the sun and moon alternating. Even the sky-crushing sword in his hand had become incomparably huge. As the bright sword light flowed, it seemed like another galaxy spanning across the universe. Xian Longsheng, Immortal Heaven Sword, let's fight again now. Lin Feng calmly swung the sword. Suddenly, the entire world trembled slightly as if it had been cut open by this sword. A large number of small and medium-sized stars were destroyed, and even some large stars were shattered. The divine light in Xian Longsheng's eyes searched. He no longer held the immortal heaven sword in his hand. Instead, he raised the white jade-like immortal heaven sword. Then, he turned into a stream of light and attached himself to the immortal heaven sword. The immortal heaven sword emitted a lustrous light. It was not blazing, but it resonated with the laws of the world. The sword seemed to have become the heavenly Tao. It attracted the endless spirit energy of the world around it and turned it into a vast expanse of sword energy. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He pointed the sky-crushing sword in his hand, but he also attracted countless air currents that gathered towards the blood-red sword edge. Wherever the air currents passed, all living beings died, and the void collapsed. Witnessing this scene, all the surrounding nascent soul experts were dumbfounded. Emperor Qin Shiryu, Kuang Heng, and Xianlin Taoist were all shocked. So that's how it is. This sword gathers the malevolent energy of the world to form its edge. Everything in the world was born and destroyed, but it was also ever-changing. When spirit energy was abundant, everything would grow and multiply, and the world would flourish. When malevolent energy was too abundant, everything would die, and the world would reach its end. Malevolent energy was a part of the world's heavenly Tao, but it was also its mortal enemy. All cultivators gathered spirit energy into their bodies to comprehend the heavenly Tao. When they reached the peak, they would become their own world. No one would gather malevolent energy, because that was equivalent to suicide. Lin Feng was not gathering malevolent energy now. Instead, he was using the sky-crushing sword to control the malevolent energy, turning it into a sword edge that could destroy the world and slaughter the enemies in front of him. Wherever the sky-crushing sword pointed, the entire world was shrouded in a blood-red light. It was as if the end of the world was coming. The immortal heaven sword let out a crisp sword hum. It used the world as a sword to fight its mortal enemy. The two sides collided. Endless essence energy was destroyed, and a boundless light spread in all directions from the point of collision. To be able to fight against the immortal heaven sword, his power is equivalent to a creation treasure. In order to defeat him, the initial preparations must be put to use. Kuang Heng and Xianlin Taoist looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They attacked the yin and yang life and death formation together to help the formation-breaking drum, which was in a stalemate with the formation, break out. Chapter 594. Kuang Heng and Xianlin Taoist attacked the yin-yang life and death formation together. The very high array-breaking drum immediately seized the opportunity and rushed out of the formation. In the dark universe, the void yin-yang bell reappeared, and the power of the void helped to block the yin-yang life and death formation. Facing such a fierce formation, Kuang Heng and the others frowned. It really is a powerful formation on the same level as the very high void yin-yang formation. Only the very high array-breaking drum could resist such a fierce formation. If it were other Mahayana-grade magic treasures or Tao integration cultivators, they would be in a much more dangerous situation if they were trapped in the formation. Once the very high array-breaking drum left the formation, the drumming stopped, and the drum gave off a dazzling light. At the same time, the void yin-yang bell also gave off a dazzling light. Kuang Heng turned to Xianlin Taoist and said, help the great drum immortal. Xianlin, Taoist, nodded and formed hand seals with both hands. He took out the very high nirvana Tao fruit and jumped into the golden halo around the very high array-breaking drum. On the other side, the black and white air currents kept circling the void yin-yang bell. Kuang Heng took out the very high yin-light Tao fruit and gradually sank into the black and white air currents. The void yin-yang bell seemed to be formed by countless folds of the void. At this moment, it kept unfolding, as if a world that had been compressed to the extreme had suddenly returned to its original state. The layers of space kept rubbing against the original vast thousand world, pressing against each other, but there was no violent collision. The yin and yang air currents turned into rolling clouds and surrounded the edge of the space, causing it to merge with the vast thousand world. The very high array-breaking drum turned into a golden light and rushed into the rolling clouds, merging with the world formed by the void yin-yang bell. The vast space that spread out seemed to be plated with a layer of golden light. The next moment, the golden light kept fusing with the expanded space, turning into foundation, ground, pillars, beams, bricks, doors, and so on. Finally, it condensed into an incomparably majestic golden palace. The entire world turned into a majestic sacred palace. Supported by the white auspicious clouds, it descended into this universe's void. The sacred hall was so huge that it seemed to be a world of creation. It looked even bigger than the giant that Lin Feng's primordial spirit had transformed into after containing Jade Capital Mountain. Lin Feng's Dharma treasure, Kuan Peng Palace, had refined half of the ancient Kuan Peng's body. It was already extremely large. Only a towering giant could live in it. But at this moment, in front of this golden palace, shrouded in white clouds, the Kuan Peng Palace was like a small pebble in front of the magnificent palace, whether it was in terms of strength or size. There was no comparison between the sizes of the two. On the surface of the palace, amidst the golden light, hundreds of millions of talisman characters surged like a tide, depicting the opening of the great wastelands and the changes of all living things. Endless things were stimulated from within. From within the palace, the chanting of countless immortals and Buddhas rang out. It was like a holy kingdom, and endless light illuminated the world. Bursts of powerful and mysterious power emerged from within, the same as the immortal heaven sword and the immortal dragon city. It was the aura of a Dharma treasure of creation, the Taishu Temple. It was formed by the combination of the supreme formation-breaking drum and the void yin-yang bell, two of the strongest Dharma treasures under creation. It perfectly merged the supreme great Tao of the Taishu Temple, the supreme Wangqing Tao, and the void yin-yang Tao, and finally condensed the great Tao to the extreme. Since ancient times, countless heroes had hoped to refine a Dharma treasure of the creation level to help them travel across the heavens and reach the other shore. But how rare was a Dharma treasure of creation? The first sacred emperor of the human race, the first sacred emperor, had started refining the immortal dragon city when he was alive. Even after his death, he had not completely refined it. Ever since the great Qin dynasty obtained the immortal dragon city, the number of treasures used to repair and refine, it was an astronomical figure that could shock all forces. The Dharma treasures of creation that had appeared in the history of the great heaven primordial world had all been matched with certain opportunities in order to cross the threshold that was like a natural chasm. In reality, if the sky-punishing sword had not appeared, the immortal dragon city might have been able to achieve creation one day, but it was unknown how long it would have taken. But even so, the great Qin dynasty was willing to throw in endless resources and had never wavered in its determination to completely refine the immortal dragon city. In the history of the Divine Land, there had been countless powerhouses. Many of them had tried to find another way to obtain a Dharma treasure of creation by combining multiple Mahayana treasures. Over the long years, Only one person had succeeded, and that was the Taishu Temple. The supreme formation breaking drum and the void bell of yin and yang had both derived the supreme Tao of Wang Qing and the void Tao of yin and yang, two supreme great Taos that originated from the same source, to the extreme. Either one of them had the hope of attaining creation. The combination of the two could create a Dharma treasure of the creation level in a short period of time. The Taishu Temple, this majestic palace that was like a divine kingdom, appeared in the great thousand worlds. However, it did not shake the void. Instead, it became one with the void, as if it wanted to turn the entire universe into its courtyard. After connecting with the Taishu Temple, everything in the void was controlled by the Taishu Temple. Time, space, light and darkness, yin and yang, life, spirit, everything was controlled by this majestic Dharma treasure of creation. The speed of time passing, the size of the space, the surge of light, the silence of darkness, the fusion of yin and yang, the growth of life, the birth of spirit, all of this was under the control of the Taishu Temple. Kuang Heng and the Xianlin Taoists sat cross-legged in the hall and formed hand seals. Two streams of magic power, one black and one white, rose above their heads. Yin and yang mixed and turned into golden light, connecting with the majestic palace. Silently, the Xianlin Taoist said, "I was careless and lost the stone staircase. I have to take it back." Kuang Heng said, "Suppress this fiend first, then take back the stone staircase to prevent him from destroying the treasure first." The Xianlin Taoist nodded. "I won't give him this chance." "Do it. The Taishu Temple can't be maintained for a long time." At Kuang Heng's order, the light above and below the Taishu Temple became even more dazzling. Above the hall, the golden light quickly condensed into a strange rune. The rune filled the sky and covered thousands of miles. It had a strange shape, as if mountains and rivers were interdependent, but also like rivers and lakes. The rune instantly traversed the endless void and imprinted on the huge body of Lin Feng. At this moment, in the sea of stars, the red light and the white light were clearly separated, neither giving way to the other. Every second, there were thousands of collisions. Spiritual energy was destroyed, and evil energy was dissipated. Lin Feng controlled the heaven-crushing sword, and was locked in battle with Exian Longsheng and the immortal heaven sword. Both sides were fighting with all their might, and every collision of their swords would destroy countless small stars. This battle almost changed the course of the heavenly river. Lin Feng noticed the Taishu Temple's attack immediately. He frowned slightly, and the yin and yang life and death formation rolled up, instantly shattering the rune. Kuang Heng and the Xianlin Taoist expressions didn't change. The Taishu Temple moved with a rumble, and endless divine light illuminated the universe, locking Lin Feng and the yin and yang life and death formation in place. 6 transformations, 3 laws, reversal of the 2 extremes. Open. With a thought from Lin Feng, the yin and yang life and death formation immediately stirred up a violent power, wanting to reverse the 2 extremes of creation. The huge power twisted the world and almost tore the mortal world apart. It immediately broke the light released by the Taishu Temple, and even the divine hall in the sky trembled slightly. However, the Taishu Temple wasn't affected at all. Instead, it moved even faster, like a moving iron fortress crushing toward Lin Feng and the yin and yang life and death formation. A huge aura came from within, as if a giant ancient god had awakened. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, shaking the entire great heaven primal world. 6 transformations, 3 laws, immeasurable 2 extremes. Open! Under Lin Feng's command, the yin and yang life and death formations suddenly erupted with endless light that spread in all directions, turning into an all-encompassing barrier that blocked the path of the Taishu Temple. The 2 behemoths collided. The sound of the explosion was like a terrifying collision between 2 worlds. Rip! However, in the midst of the explosion, there was a sharp, ear-piercing sound as if cloth was being torn apart. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the light barrier formed by the yin and yang life and destruction formation, as if a scar had been torn in the world. It's a pity that I have to take care of Xian Longsheng and the immortal heaven sword, so I can only divert part of my attention to control the formation. If I had entered the formation myself, the outcome would still be uncertain. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Even though I have the 12 treasures and can fully activate the formation's power, I still lack a core treasure to suppress the formation I. With the core treasure to suppress the formation I, this formation can even fight against a creation magic treasure. If I also use a creation magic treasure to suppress the formation I, the formation's power will be completely aroused, and even a creation magic treasure may not be a match. After this battle, I have to pay attention to this matter. In the ancient Sky Dragon domain, everyone who witnessed this unprecedented battle felt relaxed and happy. Even the hearts of the Yuan spirit realm experts were shaken. Wu Qingru sighed softly. With such extraordinary cultivation, the master of the Celestial Gate of Wonders is really powerful. If he also has a creation magic treasure, this battle will most likely be over. He turned to look at Emperor Qin, Stone Feather. Your Majesty, will you make a move? I won't. Stone Feather's eyes were fixed on the battle. According to my agreement with the Master of the Celestial Gate of Wonders, this is not the place where I need to make a move. However, I am also very curious. What method will the Master of the Celestial Gate of Wonders use to fight against two creation magic treasures at the same time? Rip, rip, rip. In the void, the sound of silk ripping constantly rang out. The light curtain formed by the yin and yang life and death formation was torn apart one after another and was about to be completely broken by the Taishu Temple. Lin Feng wielded the heaven-crushing sword and once again sent out a sword strike, forcing the immortal heaven sword back. With a thought, a spirit projection entered into his Yuan spirit and landed in the mysterious heaven time cave on Jadejing Mountain. A sloppy old man was sitting under a small mysterious heaven treasure tree, with a chessboard in front of him, playing chess by himself. The old man's hair was messy like a chicken's nest, and his clothes were tattered and dirty. However, he seemed to be unaware of it, and all his attention was focused on the chessboard in front of him. A cloud of purple qi landed in front of him and condensed into the image of a purple youth, which looked exactly like Lin Feng. Lin Feng's spirit projection did not say a word. He directly walked to the chessboard and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 595. Lin Feng sat in front of the chessboard and looked at the sloppy old man calmly. The old man turned a blind eye to Lin Feng. He stared at the chessboard blankly, as if he was thinking hard about the way to play, or as if he was just in a daze. The situation on the chessboard kept changing, but it was not black and white, and the pieces were placed one by one. The previous moment, the chessboard was full of pieces, and the situation had entered the final stage. The next moment, the chessboard disappeared, leaving only a few pieces. It was a new game. Lin Feng directly picked up a black piece. The moment the piece left the chessboard, a strange force suddenly appeared. Lin Feng felt a whirlpool appear in front of him, constantly rotating to suck him in. The same thing had happened before. That time, in order to find Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao, Lin Feng did not resist the suction and let the other party suck him in. But this time, Lin Feng would not let it go, and he sat still. The suction of the chessboard was getting stronger, but Lin Feng did not resist it. Instead, he put the black flag back on the chessboard, but the position of the piece was different from before. The suction suddenly disappeared, and with a pa sound, the sloppy old man also put a piece on the chessboard, but like Lin Feng, it was a black piece. His eyes were still blank, as if Lin Feng was transparent. Lin Feng did not stop, but this time he grabbed a white piece on the chessboard and then placed it in another position. The sloppy old man quickly followed and also placed a white piece. Lin Feng continued to grab pieces from the chessboard. This time it was a black piece. After placing it again, the sloppy old man also placed a black piece. The movements of both sides were like flowing water. The black and white pieces alternated, and the game quickly entered the middle stage. Lin Feng had been laying out the game before and did not kill any pieces. After entering the middle stage, he suddenly picked up a white piece, moved the position, and blocked a black piece. This time, without waiting for the sloppy old man to make a move, Lin Feng directly took out the black pieces that had been killed. Suddenly, a completely different change occurred. Lin Feng's fingers, which were holding the chess piece, suddenly decayed rapidly. His flesh and bones seemed to turn into sand in an instant, turning into dust. And the dust also returned to nothingness in an extremely short period of time, as if it had never existed in this world. The Lin Feng in the profound heaven-time-like paradise wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. Instead, it was an illusory body formed from his spirit force projection. However, when he extracted the black chess piece, it was as if his body of flesh and blood had substance, instantly turning into nothingness. Divine abilities, magical power, spiritual energy, and divine sense were all useless. In the blink of an eye, they were exhausted and lost their vitality. Then they collapsed and returned to the void, annihilated. At this moment, there was no difference between being tangible or intangible, being tangible or intangible, being alive or not, being alive or not, being spiritual or not. At this moment, there was only one outcome, and that was exhaustion and then extinction. Lin Feng can clearly feel that, let alone a soul projection clone like this. Even if his main body was here extracting the black pieces, his life force, mana, spirit energy, Tao techniques, everything would all be exhausted and then vanish into nothingness. When he extracted the black chess piece, Lin Feng had a feeling in his heart. This feeling was unprecedentedly clear and intense. It was fear. It was as if he was facing the most terrifying existence in the world. Lin Feng's expression was tranquil. Although this was his first time taking action, he already had an estimate of the difficulties involved, so he wasn't flustered. The right hand of this spirit projection avatar completely disappeared. The black chess piece slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The black chess piece had already left Lin Feng's right hand, but Lin Feng couldn't use his own magical power to reconstruct his lost right hand. Even if the palm was actually formed from spiritual sense and magical power, he couldn't reconstruct it no matter what. Its existence had been completely erased. Its past, present, and future no longer existed. Lin Feng nodded and immediately dispersed this spirit projection avatar. Then he used his spiritual sense and magical power to form a second one. Looking at his lost and regained right hand, Lin Feng knew in his heart that if it was his main body that did this action just now, this hand would have been gone forever. After experiencing the strangeness and horror of this chess game, Lin Feng actually laughed. His laugh was very unscrupulous. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the bulwark umbrella appeared in his hand. With a whoosh, he opened it and opened it. In his battle with Exine Longsheng, Kuang Heng, and the others, Lin Feng hadn't used the bulwark umbrella. This was because once he opened it, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to attack his opponents. But in this battle, the bulwark umbrella had always played an important role in Lin Feng's plans. It was one of his last trump cards. More accurately, it was something that was necessary to complement his final trump card. With the umbrella in his right hand and the cloth in his left, Lin Feng resumed his game with the scruffy-looking old man. It was a new game of chess, and soon it was the middle game. Lin Feng raised his chess piece again. This time, his left hand didn't suffer any misfortune, but his right hand suddenly sank. Lin Feng didn't need to look up to know that a large, moldy pattern had appeared on the surface of the bulwark umbrella in his right hand. First step, success. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Even though the heaven-covering umbrella has this and that kind of flaw, but in terms of defense, there really is nothing to nitpick about. Back when Lin Feng had been in the Yuanying period, the umbrella's defensive capabilities had been terrifying, but he hadn't been able to use it to its full potential. Ever since Lin Feng had become a nascent divinity cultivator, he hadn't used the bulwark umbrella again. Even the terrifying power of the chess piece hadn't been able to penetrate or destroy it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and began the second step of his plan. He raised his left hand and slapped the chess piece between his eyebrows. The next moment, Lin Feng suddenly closed the bulwark umbrella. Right after the bulwark umbrella closed, Lin Feng's soul projection avatar began to rapidly decay, weaken, collapse, and perish. However, the moment before the bulwark umbrella closed, it still temporarily helped Lin Feng share the terrifying power of the chess piece. This allowed Lin Feng's avatar to not instantly collapse like his right hand. Lin Feng accurately grasped this moment. Before the clone was about to be exhausted, he used the last bit of spiritual sense and magic power to quickly send the chess piece's power out of the mysterious heaven cosmic light paradise. At the same time, Lin Feng, who was fighting the immortal heaven sword and Taishu temple, had a flash in his eyes. He held the sky-crushing sword in one hand and pointed at his opponent with the other. A ray of black energy suddenly shot out from Lin Feng's fingertip and landed directly on the immortal heaven sword. Almost immediately, the immortal heaven sword trembled violently like never before. Xian Longsheng, who was possessing the immortal heaven sword, also felt an extremely strange feeling. Terror. Boundless terror. Xian Longsheng knew this terror very well, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. The immortal heaven sword came into contact with the black energy, and the sword intent formed by the gathering of the world's spirit energy instantly collapsed. It was as if the entire world was withering and ushering in the end of the world. Kuang Heng and the Xianlin Taoist, who were inside the Taishu temple, also saw the black energy clearly. Their expressions changed at the same time, and they said in unison, "Dharma-ending calamity, world nirvana." This was not the simulation of magic power or the evolution of a divine ability, but the true Dharma-ending calamity, world nirvana. There was a great terror between life and death. If one couldn't form an origin soul, they would inevitably die and return to the earth. After forming an origin soul, one would live as long as the world and would naturally have an almost infinite lifespan. As long as the world didn't perish, one would not die. But what if this part of the world, this part of the vast thousand worlds, was completely destroyed? World nirvana was an even greater terror above life and death. Those who lived as long as the world would naturally reach the end of their lifespans as well. When the nest collapsed, no eggs would remain intact. Birth, old age, sickness, death, success, failure, and emptiness. Creation was a cycle between life and death. A creation was created, developed, and eventually declined until it returned to nothingness. Then it would be reborn from nothingness. Almighty cultivators worked hard to refine creation treasures in order to help them resist the world's nirvana. Thus, they could cross countless eras, survive the Dharma-ending calamity, and be reborn to the next level of creation. The goal was grand and beautiful, but without experiencing it personally, who could guarantee that a creation treasure would be able to resist the world's nirvana? At this moment, the immortal heaven sword experienced it firsthand. Using the world as the sword and the creation as the blade, the immortal heaven sword erupted with astonishing power and forcibly broke the black energy. It wasn't really destroyed. However, there was an extra stain on the white jade-like blade, and it even emitted a foul smell. With the protection of the immortal heaven sword, Exian Longsheng was fine, but his face was livid at the moment. Heavenly decay. Rumor had it that before the true world's nirvana arrived, all life, spirit, chi, matter, and dharma power in the world, as well as everything created by the world's creation, would first experience the heavenly decay along with the world. After this dharma-ending calamity, the world and everything would wither together and head toward the final nirvana. Not only Exian Longsheng, but Kuang-hung, Xianlin Taoist, Emperor Qin Stonefeather, and all the Origin Soul big shots were all shocked as they stared at Lin Feng in the void. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Another spirit projection clone landed in the mysterious heaven-time light Grotto Heaven. The next moment, the second black energy shot out. This time, its target was the Taishu Temple that was surrounded by white clouds and dazzling golden light. "Retreat quickly," Kuang-hung shouted in a low voice, together with Xianlin Taoist. He controlled the Taishu Temple to retreat, but the black energy was too fast. It almost ignored the void and landed on the golden light hall. The chanting in the Taishu Temple suddenly became louder. Endless divine light and talisman characters appeared together to resist the dharma-ending calamity that had turned into the black energy. Almost in an instant, the white clouds dissipated and the golden light dimmed. On the golden hall, there was a rotten place. It was filthy and emitted a foul smell. That place seemed to have gone through countless storms, rain, and snow. It was dilapidated, decaying, and dilapidated. Exian Longsheng, Kuang-hung, and Xianlin Taoist all looked gloomy, although the immortal heaven sword and the Taishu Temple had resisted Lin Feng's black energy. Who knew if there was more? The dharma-ending calamity, the nirvana of the world, was a continuous and long process that made people feel hopeless. Silently watching this scene, Lin Feng thought, there is a time for prosperity and decline. Heaven and earth are constant. When the dharma-ending calamity arrives, the heavenly decay of all things and creation will head toward nirvana. This chess game can be called the dharma-ending game. Chapter 596, Facing the Test of the Dharma-Ending Tribulation. The difference between the creation treasures also showed. In the end, the Taishu Temple was not a treasure that had attained enlightenment. Compared to the celestial heaven sword, its foundation was slightly weaker. Both treasures suffered the same damage from the dharma-ending tribulation. However, the celestial heaven sword was a treasure for killing, so its defense was slightly weaker. After being bombarded by the dharma-ending tribulation that had turned into black gas, the terrifying heavenly immortal sword intent was still able to cut through the thistles and thorns, advancing all the way towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng dispelled it with a wave of the Heaven Destroyer sword. Lin Feng's expression was calm. The third spirit projection fell into the mysterious heaven-time light, Grotto Heaven. The heaven-covering umbrella opened again, and Lin Feng played chess with the sloppy old man again. After taking out a chess piece, another moldy spot appeared on the surface of the umbrella. The moldy spots on the surface of the umbrella had become 3. They covered a large area and occupied almost half of the umbrella. Taking out chess pieces continuously in a short period of time was very likely to overwhelm the heaven-covering umbrella and cause it to collapse completely. The celestial heaven sword and the Taishu Temple could not withstand the continuous attacks of the dharma-ending tribulation, and neither could the heaven-covering umbrella. Lin Feng tried to take out the white chess pieces, but they automatically disappeared from the chessboard after being surrounded and killed by the black chess pieces. Thinking of the strange world within the chessboard, then looking at the still wooden expression of the sloppy old man in front of him, Lin Feng thought to himself, "This last day's game still has many secrets and mysteries that I need to slowly explore. However, I only have the black chess pieces now. That's enough." Lin Feng was confident. He released the third wave of black gas, targeting the Taishu Temple. The golden light around the Taishu Temple flickered and turned into a sea of light. White clouds kept rolling in the sea of light. The huge temple shed its original shape and completely turned into a creation world. From the outside, it looked like a giant golden egg surrounded by white gas. Inside the creation world, thousands of figures flashed, as if thousands of immortals and Buddhas had condensed their true forms. The chanting resounded throughout the universe. The Taishu Temple activated its power to the extreme, turning into a holy fairyland. It was like a celestial kingdom in heaven had descended to the human world, the immortal realm of the Great Void. The terrifying black energy landed on the immortal realm of Great Void. Instantly, the immortal realm of Great Void began to face its end. The Great Tao weakened, the world collapsed, and all living things were wiped out. Half of the entire Golden Kingdom was dyed black, and then it turned into ashes. In the end, even the ashes returned to nothingness, no longer existing. However, after the initial catastrophe, the celestials in the Great Void continued to chant. Endless characters of the Great Tao reappeared and turned into streams of light. Each stream of light was made up of hundreds of millions of talismans and formations. Together, these streams of light mended the broken fairyland of the Great Void, trying to eliminate the adverse effects brought about by the Dharma-ending tribulation. But at this moment, a figure as huge as heaven and earth appeared outside the fairyland, calmly watching the golden world of creation that was fighting against the Dharma-ending calamity. "Kuang Heng, you're right about one thing." Lin Feng's voice reverberated in the vast world. It was as if countless great Taos were resonating together, emitting a pleasant and mysterious sound. No matter how powerful something is, as long as it's not a true whole, it must rely on the connection of magic power and divine sense. Then, I just need to find a way to cut off this connection. As he spoke, Lin Feng raised the sky-crushing sword high. It was as if a Milky Way was flowing backward. In the next moment, the sky-crushing sword slashed down. A dazzling red light flashed, and the powerful force of destroying heaven and earth spread out. There was even a hint of the world's quietude in it. A blood-red sword light directly tore heaven and earth apart. It was as if it had cut a wound in the universe. Its target was the immortal realm of the Great Void that the Taishu Temple had transformed into. The blood-red sword light was already extremely terrifying. At this moment, the edge of the sword light was rolling with black and white light. In addition to the sky-crushing sword light, it was also combined with Lin Feng's own divine light of creation. The Taishu Temple, which was fighting against the Dharma-ending calamity, had exhausted all its energy. It could only watch as the sword that could split heaven and earth fell on the golden world. Boundless golden light shattered. White clouds and golden streams of light spread throughout the entire universe. They flowed in all directions like a vast meteor shower. The immortal realm of the Great Void, which was like a celestial kingdom in heaven, suddenly collapsed under the combined attack of the Dharma-ending calamity and Lin Feng's sky-crushing sword. The golden light condensed, and the clouds folded. The forms of the supreme formation breaking drum and the void yin-yang bell reappeared in the air. Kuang Heng and Xianlin also appeared with ashen faces, looking at Lin Feng, who was like a god descending to the mortal world in shock. "Go!" An old voice sounded from the formation breaking drum, and the void yin-yang bell at the same time. Then, they flew away without hesitation. If the two of them couldn't refine the Taishu temple together, the Dharma-ending calamity would truly become a disaster. The ashen faces of Kuang-hung and Xianlin Taoist turned pale at the same time. The two supreme beings of the Tao integration stage sighed and hurriedly retreated with the formation breaking drum and the void yin-yang bell. On the other side, Xian Longsheng stared at Lin Feng in silence. The immortal heavenly sword naturally didn't have the shortcoming of the Taishu temple. However, in the face of the Dharma-ending calamity and Lin Feng himself, it wasn't going to be easy. After the Taishu temple retreated, it would be futile for Shu Mountain to continue fighting. In particular, the ghastly stains on the immortal heavenly sword had caused great damage to the great Tao of creation of the immortal heavenly sword. Xian Longsheng decisively controlled the immortal heavenly sword and quickly retreated. "Go!" Lin Feng shouted. His gigantic body stepped forward. He raised the sky-crushing sword in his hand again, and black and white divine light illuminated the heavens. The pores all over his body seemed to tremble slightly. Endless vital energy of heaven and earth gushed out from them and transformed into a sea of vital energy. This vital energy surged and filled heaven and earth. Lin Feng stabbed out with his sword. The sea of vital energy roared and swept out, forming a blood-red sword light that tore through the sky. Kuang-hung, Xianlin Taoist, the supreme formation breaking drum, and the void yin-yang bell worked together to resist Lin Feng's sword. The void rippled like water, like a crumpled canvas. Kuang-heng's supreme yin light, Tao fruit, turned into a river of time, aging and decaying all things and slowing down the sky-crushing sword light. Xianlin Taoist's supreme quietus Tao fruit erupted, and a violent power annihilated the void and met the attack head-on. The supreme formation breaking drum rang out again and again, transforming into waves of golden ripples that swept through the universe like ocean waves. The void yin-yang bell manifested two streams of Dharma power, one black and one white. The layers of space compressed together as if they had turned into dust. They took the other three with them and quickly fled. They crossed hundreds of millions of miles and were about to disappear without a trace. Lin Feng raised his sword for the second time. The Jade Capital Mountain, the mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree, and the cyclic purple chi in the Tai Chi diagram formed by his Yuan Shen shook at the same time. All the acupoints on his godlike body were throbbing, and each acupoint lit up with a ball of light. Boundless power spread out from the balls of light, as if gods were being born, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The second blood-red sword light flew out, destroying endless space, and catching up to the void yin-yang bell at the end of a space-time. The blood light flashed, and a red mark appeared on the surface of the void yin-yang bell and the supreme formation-breaking drum. Kuang-hung and Xianlin Taoist grunted at the same time, and a glaring wound appeared on their left shoulder and right arm. Xian Longsheng, if you want to trouble me, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Feng pointed with his finger, and the fourth black energy shot out, intercepting the immortal heaven sword. While the immortal heaven sword was resisting the Dharma-ending tribulation, Lin Feng raised his sword again. Black and white divine light lit up, and the endless chant of the great Tao resounded throughout the sea of stars. With the support of the black and white divine light of creation, the third heaven punishing sword light flew out. The blood-red sword light heavily bombarded the white jade longsword, and a dazzling light burst out, so bright that people could not open their eyes. Xian Longsheng grunted, and his Yuan Shun, who was in the sword, was directly separated from the immortal heaven sword. For a moment, in the universe, There seemed to be only the mournful sword light of the heaven-punishing sword and Lin Feng's huge godlike figure. In the ancient sky dragon domain, everyone fell silent at this moment and could not speak for a long time. Old Sword Immortal, Flowing Light Sword Lord, Flying Snow Sword Lord, Brilliant Sun Sword Lord, Star Constellation Sword Lord, and other people who had participated in the Heaven Track Peak Sword Trials were all in a trance. The big shots in the Primordial Divinity stage, many of whom were experts of the Void Return stage, were all shaken at this moment, like insignificant cultivators in the Building Foundation stage and the Qi Refinement stage. They could not stabilize their minds. Their minds were running wild with thoughts, but none of them could be completely fixed. Compared to today's battle, the Heaven Track Peak Sword trials really paled in comparison. 3 great Yuan Shen mighty figures, almost 2 creation magic treasures added together, were still no match for Lin Feng. What was more terrifying was that Lin Feng could actually activate the Dharma-ending tribulation to attack, which made everyone feel a deep fear. That's right, fear. The power that made Yuan Shen mighty figures feel fear originated from the great terror and disaster of the world's end. Even Qin Emperor Shi, you fell silent at this moment. Everyone looked at the void of the universe at this moment, looking at Kuang Heng and the others who were in grave danger. The Taishu Temple will not ignore this. As soon as this thought arose, the void broke open, and a white cloud rushed out, vast as the sea, engulfing the universe and sweeping up Kuang Heng and the others. It was the person who took away Xianlin Taoist and Dao Master Yunzhan from the Yu family's ancestral land, the previous elder of the Taishu Temple, Kuang Heng's master, Shoichi Daishin, the supreme leader of the radical faction of the Taishu Temple. It doesn't matter who comes. Lin Feng looked at the void, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He released the 5th Dharma-ending tribulation, and then he released another sword strike. The black cloud was in front, and the blood light was behind, turning into a long rainbow that could destroy heaven and earth, piercing through the universe. The white cloud rapidly condensed in the air, turning into a towering mountain as vast as the sky and as heavy as the earth. The aura of creation spread out, and each mountain was a world, but it was useless. Rumble! The void collapsed, and the mountain suddenly shattered, leaving a faint golden blood stain in the universe, lingering for a long time. It was not real flesh and blood, but the damaged essence of Shoichi Daishin's great path. The master of the Mystic Gate lives up to his reputation, Shoichi Daishin said in a low voice, mixed with the muffled grunts of Kuang Heng and the others. Chapter 597. In the void, a white-robed old man with snow-white hair stood calmly in a realm formed by white clouds. He looked down at his palm. There were still a few drops of pale golden blood on the tip of his right index finger. Behind him, Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, and Dao Master Yunzhan, who had been brought here earlier, looked at each other in shock. As far as they could remember, the last time they saw the white-robed old man injured was during the war between the 2 realms more than 4,000 years ago. Master, Kuang Heng took a deep breath. Shoichi Daishin waved his hand, his deep voice echoing in the void. What happened today started with the battle between the disciples. We should have accepted our defeat, but I, the Great Void, have been rude first. I hereby formally apologize to Xianmen Tianzong and all the fellow Taoists in the world. The Master of Celestial Gate deserves his reputation. Perhaps we will have a chance to discuss the Tao in the future. Lin Feng said coolly, if you wish, you can do it now. White clouds swirled in the void, and the universe turned into chaos before returning to peace. Shoichi Daishin had already left with Kuang Heng and the others. The white cloud traveled through the boundless space and returned to White Cloud Mountain. Kuang Heng dropped to one knee and said, I'm useless. I'm sorry for troubling you, Master. Both Taoist Xianlin and Taoist Yinzong bowed. Immortal Taigu and Yinyang Wang appeared, and Immortal Taigu said in a deep voice, "Zhengyi, the stone staircase is gone." Shoichi Daishin did not appear in the void, but a mighty will that seemed like the vault of heaven said, "I know." Slowly, Yinyang Wang said, "The master of Celestial Gate can trigger the Dharma-ending tribulation, but it must be a burden for him. Otherwise, with his magical power and divine abilities, he could defeat us without triggering the Dharma-ending tribulation. Immortal Taigu and I can't reappear in the Taishu Temple in a short time, but you should be able to fight him." Silently, Shoichi Daishin replied, "Although we can fight, it is hard to say who will win. If you can combine the Taishu Temple and let me control it, we can test the limits of the master of Xianmen. But the time has passed, we can only wait for the next time." Kuang-hung and Xianlin Taoist both lowered their heads in silence. In a sense, it would be better for both of them to die there than for the stone staircase to fall into Lin Feng's hands. "Stone staircase, stone staircase." Shoichi Daishin's voice deepened. "Let's leave everything for another day." Silently, everyone in the ancient sky dragon domain stared at the void, then saw Lin Feng's figure constantly shrinking from a giant that seemed to fill the galaxy, all the way back to his original size. Xian Longsheng was extremely alert, while Shoichi Daishin came to pick up Kuang-hung and the others and fight with Lin Feng. He immediately took the Immortal Heaven Sword and fled. "Xian Longsheng, it seems that I will first visit Mount Shu before you go to my Kunlun. Be prepared. That day is not far away." Lin Feng's voice was sent far away, but not only did it echo in this space, but it passed through the endless void and directly descended on the vast thousand domains where the mountain gate of the Mount Shu sword sect was located. That voice, like a natural disaster, surged up and down Mount Shu, lingering for a long time. Up and down Mount Shu soared Qi sword into the sky. The sword will of the Immortal Heaven Sword appeared again, swallowing the heaven and earth, but there was a faint sense of decadence within it. Lin Feng laughed. The Heaven Executioner sword in his hand also returned to its original length, and he put it back into the sword case. The Heaven Executioner sword shook violently, as if it was extremely unwilling. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I will leave the Immortal Heaven Sword to you. You will personally break it, and that day will come very soon." Hearing this, the Heaven Executioner sword calmed down a little and completely returned to the sword case. The image of Xian Li appeared in the air again, carrying the sword case on her back, and followed behind Lin Feng without saying a word. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the doll-like young girl, who rarely revealed any emotions, was clearly in a bad mood at this moment. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. "Indeed, people of the same kind are mortal enemies. You have no reaction to the Immortal Dragon City, and only the Immortal Heaven Sword can make your emotions change." He leisurely brought Xian Li back to the ancient Sky Dragon domain with a relaxed expression, but the people in the ancient Sky Dragon domain could not relax. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with a solemn expression, their minds in a trance, still immersed in that unprecedented battle. Kuang-hung, a member of the Supreme Elders of the Taishu Temple, a powerhouse of the Tao integration stage. Xianlin Taoist, a member of the Supreme Elders of the Taishu Temple, a powerhouse of the Tao integration stage. In the great Heaven Yuan world, the most powerful magic treasures under the creation stage, the Supreme Formation Breaking Drum, the Void Yin-Yang Bell, creation-level magic treasure, the Taishu Temple, Xian Longsheng, the sect master of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, a powerhouse of the Tao integration stage, the mountain treasure of Shu Mountain Town, a creation-level magic treasure, the #1 sword of Heaven Yuan, the Immortal Heaven Sword. Such a terrifying lineup. If it were any other force present, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. a mountain crushing an egg, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. What was a crushing in the face of such a terrifying force? Regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Purple Heaven Path, the Northern Militant Royal Court, the Celeritas Sword Sect, or the Sun and Moon Sword Sect, they could only be crushed. Even if all of these sects joined forces, they could only be crushed. A battle of the creation level made everyone feel fear. If one dared to cross the line without sufficient strength, they would die. Even the Great Qin dynasty, which already had its own creation-level magic treasure, the immortal Dragon City, would lose confidence in the face of the lineup of Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, Xian Longsheng, the immortal Heaven Sword, and the Taishu Temple. But the final result made everyone silent. Lin Feng stripped Kuang Heng, a powerhouse of the Tao integration stage, of his great freedom light heavenly robe, destroyed his magic treasure, and threw him into the yin and yang life and death formation as a formation treasure. Xianlin Taoist, a powerhouse of the Tao integration stage, was directly thrown off the stone stairs by Lin Feng, and the stone stairs also fell into Lin Feng's hands. The Void Yin-Yang Bell, a magic treasure at the peak of the Mahayana realm, was about to suppress Yujing Mountain, but was repelled by Lin Feng's creation divine light. The Supreme Array-Breaking Drum, a magic treasure at the peak of the Mahayana realm, could break all the formations in the world, but it was trapped by Lin Feng's yin and yang life and death formation, and could not escape alone. Xian Longsheng, a powerhouse of the Tao integration stage, challenged Lin Feng's sword attendant, Xian Li, but he could not defeat his opponent. He had no choice but to call out the sect's treasure, the creation-level magic treasure, the immortal Heaven Sword. In the face of this treasure, Lin Feng's primordial spirit contained Yujing Mountain. Although the clear light shone, and others could not see the process clearly, they could see the result. That was Lin Feng turned into heaven and earth and used the uncreated Heaven Punishment Sword to fight against the immortal Heaven Sword without being at a disadvantage. But what was more terrifying was that Lin Feng could actually trigger the Dharma-ending tribulation, which was a power that frightened even Tao integration stage powerhouses. Although the Taishu Temple, which was formed by the combination of the Supreme Array-Breaking Drum and the Void Yin-Yang Bell, was created by the combination of two magic treasures, its power level was a solid creation-level magic treasure. But when it resisted the Dharma-ending tribulation, it was destroyed by Lin Feng's sword. Then, Lin Feng was like a god descending to the earth. Wherever the sword light pointed, Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, the Void Yin-Yang Bell, and the Supreme Array-Breaking Drum were all severely injured. In the end, the previous generation of the Taishu Temple, Shoichi Daishin, had personally attacked, but he also suffered a small loss. He did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng and could only retreat. He even admitted that the Taishu Temple was in the wrong today, given Shoichi Daishin's status, saying this was undoubtedly admitting defeat. This time, the reputation of the Taishu Temple's radical faction was greatly damaged. Correspondingly, the reputation of Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong rose further. After the Tempest Temple was destroyed, a new Holy Land was born. Almost in an instant, the same thought suddenly appeared in the minds of most people. After all, the foundation of Xianmen Tianzong is a little shallow. No official disciples have reached the primordial spirit realm. To say that it is a new Holy Land, it still lacks some foundation and accumulation. But the master of Xianmen Gate, Lin Feng, is undoubtedly one of the strongest in the Divine Land. Even Yan Nanlai and Xian Longsheng would lose their momentum in front of him. I'm afraid that only the legendary Supreme Taoist Lord of the Past, who was already a legend, would be able to compare with him. Although it lacks foundation and accumulation, as long as the master of Xianmen Gate is here, Xianmen Tianzong will not fall. With today's momentum, it is inevitable that it will become a new Holy Land. except for Taishu Temple, Mount Shu Sword Sect, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the Great Qin Dynasty, the other sects and forces do not even have the slightest power to resist the master of Xianmen Gate. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Venerable Flowing Light looked at Lin Feng in the sky, and suddenly remembered that he had climbed Mount Yujing to challenge Lin Feng. He couldn't help but sigh. The master of Xianmen Gate can only be a friend, not an enemy. Hearing his words, everyone nodded involuntarily, expressing their agreement. At this time, some people turned their eyes to the ancient sky dragon domain, where the Chuangming Gate stood in the air, and below the Chuangming Gate, where the bipolar sky peak was fighting against a group of Taiji Dao soldiers. Everyone had a look of pity on their faces. They shook their heads together, but did not say anything. Qin Emperor Stonefeather gazed at the void of the universe and let out a long sigh, unexpected. Beside him, Shi Zongyue and Dao Master Changle were silent, while Wu Qingru nodded. The master of Xianmen Gate is indeed unfathomable. Qin Emperor Stonefeather said, "I should also leave." Wu Qingru asked, "Your Majesty has decided?" Stonefeather replied, "Yes." Wu Qingru fell silent and did not answer. "Uncle, I leave this to you." Stonefeather finally said a few words to King Anliang Shi Zongyue before his figure disappeared from the ancient sky dragon domain. The bipolar sky peak was, after all, a Mahayana-level magic treasure. Together with the ice and fire elders, the two void return stage experts, and Chao Wei, who had formed a primordial spirit, they had gradually suppressed the formation formed by the 12 Taiji Dao soldiers. But they were not in a good mood at all. Not to mention the figures inside the Chuangming Gate, there seemed to be Taiji Dao soldiers. In the sky, the scene of Lin Feng single-handedly repelling the many experts of Great Void and Shushan, as well as the two great magic treasures of creation, made Chao Wei and the others tremble with fear. If they were not entangled by the Taiji Dao soldiers, they would have run away long ago. At this moment, after finally forcing back the Taiji Dao soldiers, the people of the Tianqi sect immediately wanted to escape, but Lin Feng had already recovered and returned to the ancient sky dragon domain. Chao Wei and the others could not leave even if they wanted to. Lin Feng silently looked at them, slightly tilting his neck. "Wait for Yan Nanlai Lin Daohan and the others to come to rescue? Don't count on it. Today, the destiny of your Tianqi sect has come to an end. From today onwards, the Tianqi sect will officially become history." Chapter 598. Lin Feng pointed his finger, and the group of Taiji Dao soldiers returned to the Gate of Life Creation. The Gate of Life Creation shook and changed back into the appearance of the Bell of Creation. The Bell of Creation flew back to Lin Feng's side, turned into a beam of white light, and landed on top of Lin Feng's head. Although the Taiji Dao soldiers were no longer restrained, Chao Wei and the others did not dare to act rashly. Although they wanted to run away, Lin Feng's divine sense and will were firmly locked onto them. The primordial spirits of Chao Wei and Elder Ice and Elder was separated from the polar sky peak and looked solemnly at Lin Feng. Elder, whose face was ashen, flames surging all over his body, while Elder Ice lowered his head and sighed, repeatedly shaking his head. Chao Wei's expression was relatively calm, but he looked at Lin Feng with a very strange gaze. He swore to the heavens and earth that if he had known that Lin Feng had such remarkable powers, Chao Wei would not have tried to take Shi Tianhao's bronze void cauldron. Although he could not see through Lin Feng's true cultivation level with his primordial soul stage cultivation level, Chao Wei had observed him for a long time. From facing the attack of the 9 luminaries sky-shattering formation at the Wasteland Sea to encountering the awakening of the ancient Kuan Peng in the Kuan Peng secret treasure, Chao Wei really did not see that Lin Feng had such terrifying strength. Although Lin Feng had displayed great power at the Heaven Path Peak Sword Gathering, Chao Wei did not think that he had the ability to face the siege of Exine Longsheng, Quang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, the Immortal Heaven Sword, and the Taishu Temple alone. It should be said that in the ancient Sky Dragon domain, the Tianqi sect had finally decided to take the risk and take advantage of the situation. They had taken into account the fact that Qin Emperor Shi Yu had helped Lin Feng. In the estimation of Chao Wei and the others, Lin Feng and the great Qin dynasty would barely be able to withstand the attack of Quang Heng, Exine Longsheng, and the others. Under such circumstances, Lin Feng couldn't even take care of himself, let alone take care of Shi Tianhao. However, the final result was just like the saying, "Dreams are plentiful, but reality is cruel." With one wrong step, Chao Wei and the entire Tianqi sect had fallen into such a state. If he had known that Lin Feng had such strength, Chao Wei would never have thought of snatching the bronze void cauldron by force. He would have even decided to contact Lin Feng on his own accord and tell him the secret between the Void Mountain River cauldron and the bronze void cauldron. Then, he would join hands with Lin Feng to plan a scheme and share the profits together. At Chao Wei's level, he naturally knew that remorse and regret were useless, but he still had a feeling in his heart. How regretful! Apart from that, he was also puzzled. Why did Lin Feng possess such astonishing strength? Was it all an illusion back then? Or was it really, as the rumors said, that for a long period of time, it was only Lin Feng's doppelganger that appeared in front of the world, and it was only recently that his real body appeared? Chao Wei did not speak. Elder Bing looked up at Lin Feng and coughed softly. Slowly, he said, "What happened today is the fault of the Tianqi sect. Please forgive us, sect leader Lin." The entire Tianqi sect sincerely apologizes and is willing to compensate you with anything. To show our sincerity, we specially offer the Void Mountain River Cauldron and the 7 bronze void cauldrons. Elder Bing said, "What happened today was caused by these items. The 2 of us, as well as the sect leader of the shrouded sect, were blinded by greed. We really shouldn't have done this." Elder Hu turned and glared at him. "What are you talking about? At most, we'll just fight. Have you become more and more timid after cultivating for thousands of years?" "Senior brother, don't be impatient." Elder Bing shook his head and sent a telepathic message to him using his transcendence energy. "You only have a future if you stay alive. Give the cauldrons to Lin Feng and spread the news. Slowly, we'll hide behind the scenes. We might still have a chance." Lin Feng did not intercept the telepathic message. He was not interested. He looked at the 3 essence soul powerhouses of the Tianqi sect in front of him calmly. "I've said it just now. The Tianqi sect is destined to meet its end today." Elder Bing's expression changed slightly. He heard Lin Feng say indifferently, "The Tianqi sect has made things difficult for me, Xianmen, Tianzong, time and time again. Today is the day you pay your debts. You only have yourself to blame. You can't blame anyone else. I've said it before. The Tianqi sect will become history from today onwards." "Do you think I'm just saying it casually?" Lin Feng suddenly smiled, but in the eyes of Chao Wei and the Ice and Fire elders, this smile made their bodies go cold. As thoughts flashed through their minds, the 3 of them suddenly trembled. They looked in the same direction at the same time. Their gazes pierced through the endless space, arriving at the icy plains of the north, where the snowy mountain and the heavenly lake resided. That was the foundation of their Tianqi sect. At this moment, the heavenly lake flowed with light, turning into a barrier of red and blue that hung above the lake like a large bowl. This was the manifestation of the Tianqi sect's formations being pushed to the limit. Outside the barrier of light stood a burly man whose body was brimming with vitality. His acupoints seemed like stars in the universe. On the icy plains in the distance behind the burly man stood a tall, skinny old man who seemed extremely old and frail. When they saw this, the expressions of Chao Wei and the other two changed drastically. As old opponents, sworn enemies, how could they not recognize the burly man and the old man? The two of them were the first Chanyu and great priest of the Norland royal court. They were both second-layer soul formation cultivators, return to void experts. Chao Wei and the other two were all outside. If the two of them came, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Tianqi sect. On a viewing platform in the Dragon Arena, the Norland Yuxian prince laughed aloud. His eyes shone viciously, and he bared his teeth like a primordial vicious beast. Just like what the master of the Taoist school has said, the destruction of your Tianqi sect will happen today. After today, the Tianqi sect will no longer exist in this world. Chao Wei and the other two immediately wanted to flee and reinforce the sect, but they were stopped by Xian Li. The two poles' heavenly peaks clashed forcefully with Xian Li, and they were directly shaved off. Elder Bing was both surprised and furious. He asked frigidly, "Lin Feng, do you really plan on killing us all?" Elder Hu shot a furious glance at the Norland Yuxian prince. "Do you think your Norland royal court has the final say in this world, that you can do whatever you want?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "The matters of the world are indeed not decided by a single person." Chao Wei did not utter a sound. His palms suddenly swiped, and an illusion of light and shadow appeared. Within the light and shadow, white clouds covered a celestial mountain. It was the Void Temple's mountain gate, White Cloud Mountain. Everyone looked at the scene in the illusion, and their hearts leapt up again. They wondered whether the experts of the Taishu Temple would step forward or not. This time, it was not the radical members like Quang Heng, but the conservative ones. Their bottom line was to avoid the death of the human race primordial soul realm cultivators. No matter how they fought, it was allowed, but the primordial soul realm cultivators must be preserved as much as possible. A smile appeared on the faces of the ice and fire elders, but the next moment, their smiles froze on their faces. An immeasurable, long light shadow, like a dragon soaring into the sky, roamed across the horizon. It was millions of miles long, stretching across the sky without an end. It was insurmountable, indestructible, suppressing all worlds, and had an inextinguishable supreme aura that spread across the entire universe, as if it had shrouded the entire Tianyuan great world. It was the immortal dragon city of the Great Qin dynasty. The immortal dragon city stretched across the heavens, just between White Cloud Mountain and the ancient sky dragon domain. It seemed to be a one-way city wall, but it was actually a folded space. No matter which direction the experts of the Taishu Temple wanted to go to the ancient sky dragon domain, they would be intercepted. At the same time, near the heavenly lake of the Snow Mountain, in addition to the northern militant Great Chanyu and the high priest, another primordial soul realm expert appeared. He was from the Great Zhou dynasty. The appearance of the primordial soul realm expert of the Great Zhou dynasty was tantamount to expressing their attitude. And on top of the immortal dragon city, in addition to Qin Emperor Stonefeather, there was also a middle-aged man. His whole person was like a gloomy thundercloud that never rained. Hidden in his dull appearance was an incomparably violent power. The sect master of the Purple Heaven Path, Tao Master Thundercloud. In the ancient sky dragon domain, everyone looked at Tao Master Blue Thunder. Tao Master Blue Thunder's expression was calm, without the slightest surprise. It was obvious that he had already known about this. Old Sword Immortal, Sword Master Flowing Light, and the other side inwardly. Xianmen Tianzong, the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Qin dynasty, the Purple Heaven Path, the Northern Militant Royal Court. Such a lineup could only be withstood by the Taishu Temple and the Mount Shu Sword sect. But Kuang Heng, Xian Longsheng, and the others had just been defeated by Lin Feng. So much so that everyone felt great pressure when they looked at such a lineup again. Even the accumulated power of the Taishu Temple was gradually dissipating, making people feel that even the Taishu Temple was not so stable in the face of such a force. Lin Feng's voice sounded in the void. The Taishu Temple preserves the vitality of the human race and wholeheartedly fights against the demon race. I also express my appreciation and agree with this original intention. But like the torrent of the great flood, it is better to let it flow rather than block it. Blindly suppressing contradictions and balancing the power is not a long-term way. The world is constant, but it does not mean that it will not change. The actions of your noble sect are not only against the heavenly Tao, but also against human nature. Lin Feng said indifferently, grudges will eventually be eliminated, but it is impossible to treat it as if it had never happened. The accumulated contradictions will eventually erupt. At this moment, the clouds outside the White Cloud Mountain in the light and shadow dispersed to form a passage, and a clear voice came from within, passing through the void to the ancient Sky Dragon domain. Sect Master Lin wants to take the three of them into your mysterious Sky God Seal banner. It was the voice of the current head of the Taishu Temple, Yen Nanlai. Lin Feng said indifferently, right now it is only Chao Wei. The mysterious Sky God Seal banner of our sect is temporarily at the spirit nurturing level and can only seal primordial spirit avatars. Once it reaches the incarnation level, it can then seal void, return level Dharma bodies. But for those two, I have a place to take care of them. There is no need for fellow Yen to worry. His tone was leisurely and relaxed, as if he was talking about something that could not be more ordinary, but it made the expressions of Chao Wei and the other two change dramatically, unable to restrain their anger. Lin Feng did not even look at them, but looked in the direction of the White Cloud Mountain. Silently, he said, considering that it was not easy for them to cultivate to the primordial spirit stage, they can be spared from death, but not punishment. If they are placed under my supervision, I can spare their lives. Otherwise, I will behead them on the spot. It seems that you have made up your mind. Yen Nanlai sighed. Lin Feng said indifferently, the war between the two domains is coming. Our human race needs to truly unite and not be forced to compromise and cooperate. In the ancient Sky Dragon domain, Old Sword Immortal and the others fell into silence. The idea of the Taishu Temple laying out the world as a chess piece was well known to the leaders of the major forces, such as the Northern Militant Royal Court, the Sky Lake Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Great Qin Dynasty, and the Great Zhou Dynasty. And these forces, more or less, borrowed the power of the Taishu Temple to seek their own interests and development. Everyone knows how to calculate. It only depends on who is more clever. And who laughs last is the one who laughs the best. But today, Lin Feng is facing the Void Temple face to face, putting on a show and making things clear to them. I don't play by your rules. You have your rules. I have my rules. Who has the final say? Everyone depends on their own ability. Chapter 599. Lin Feng looked at Baiyun Mountain and said silently, true unity is far more important than compromise and cooperation with ulterior motives. In Baiyun Mountain, Yen Nanlai did not say anything else. He only let out a long sigh that contained many regrets and pity. At this point, the fate of the Tianqi sect could no longer be reversed. The wills and thoughts of Yen Nanlai and the experts of the Great Void would naturally not be shaken by a few words from Lin Feng. The beliefs that had been carried out for tens of thousands of years, the path that they had persisted on, it was even more impossible for them to change. However, In the face of the lineup formed by Xianmen Tianzong, the Great Qin Dynasty, the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Purple Cloud Dao, and the Northern Militant Royal Court, Taishu Temple had to deal with it carefully. Under the premise of not breaking out into an all-out war, it was already difficult to suppress them. What was unknown was that after Lin Daohan went to the Demon Realm's Tianhuang vast land, he brought back important news that made the Taishu Temple attach great importance to it. Choosing the lesser of two evils, on the Divine Land's side, Taishu Temple finally chose to temporarily retreat. However, today's matter would draw a huge rift between Taishu Temple and Xianmen Tianzong, the Great Qin Dynasty, and other forces. Most of the people present were still ignorant, but the group of Essence Soul realm experts already knew. The traditional situation of the Divine Land's human cultivation world had been completely broken today. From the previous situation where Taishu Temple was aloof and the other forces were in balance, it gradually slipped into a situation where many forces joined forces and stood on the opposite side of Taishu Temple. In a sense, Xianmen Tianzong and other forces had dragged Taishu Temple from the clouds to the same level of chaos. However, on the other hand, the major forces of the Divine Land, from today onwards, would truly start to face the colossus that was Taishu Temple. The terrifying hidden strength of Taishu Temple would finally be officially revealed. Truth be told, Taishu Temple would spare no effort in every war between the two realms. That terrifying power made everyone involved feel a lingering fear. But after every war between races, the Taishu Temple would go into hibernation once more, causing people to unknowingly overlook its strength. However, from today onwards, all of that would be gone forever. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the battle between the young heavens prides in the ancient sky dragon domain today was only a fuse. The shocking battle between Lin Feng and Xian Longsheng, Kuang Heng, and the others had ended, but it was only the beginning of an even greater struggle. Even though this battle wasn't as tragic as the Buddhist extermination war of the past, its influence was even greater. The Big Lane Temple had been destroyed, and the three holy lands had lost a corner. The situation had become chaotic and unclear. But overall, the overall situation of the human cultivation world was still operating according to the established strategy of the Taishu Temple. But after today, everything would no longer be the same. The Taishu Temple would cast off its identity as a chess player and enter the arena in person. No one could tell how the situation of the Divine Land would develop from now on. Would the old situation be gone forever? Or would the Taishu Temple subdue Xianmen Tianzong, the Great Qin, the Great Zhou, and the other organizations and set things right again if something really did happen on a large scale in the desolate continent? Or even if a war between the two worlds erupted, perhaps the Taishu Temple and Xianmen Tianzong would set aside their differences again and unite against the outsiders. However, while the desolate continent was relatively peaceful, the Divine Land was destined to not be peaceful. The flying snow sword Exalt shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Before the battle in the Dragon Arena, I really never thought it would end up like this. Beside him, the solar radiance sword Exalt nodded in agreement at first, but his movements suddenly stiffened. His face changed slightly. Hold on. If Shi Tianhao had lost the battle between the two rocks, perhaps everything would have been different. Or perhaps if Shi Tianyi had lost, Kuang Heng and the others would stop pursuing the matter and admit defeat calmly. That might not have been the current outcome. The flying snow sword Exalt was slightly taken aback, but he understood what the solar radiance sword Exalt was trying to say very soon. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the indifferent Lin Feng in the sky. Don't tell me, all of this is within his calculations, and this is the outcome he truly wants? How ambitious of him. Xianmen Tianzong was a new organization. If they wanted to rise up, they would definitely touch upon the interests of the old organizations. And the Taishu Temple was the peak of the old organizations. If Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong only wanted to integrate into the circle of the old organizations, then playing by the rules of the Taishu Temple would be the most beneficial, just like the feudal vassals under the rule of the emperor. However, the emperor of the Taishu Temple had absolute power, not to mention being a mere figurehead. As long as the emperor was willing, he could flatten any feudal clan. If Xianmen Tianzong only wanted to become a feudal vassal, then all he had to do was follow the emperor's wishes. As long as he did not cross the line with the other feudal vassals, the emperor would turn a blind eye to the disputes between them and the other feudal vassals. He would even support them, allowing the new feudal vassal, Xianmen Tianzong, to keep the old organizations in check. However, it was clear that Lin Feng's ambition did not lie in this. Therefore, he contacted other ambitious feudal vassals and joined forces to drag the emperor into the flames of war. Coincidentally, the emperor's own family also disapproved of the feudal vassal system. They wanted to unify the country completely and centralize the power of the central government. From a certain point of view, Lin Feng's group and the radical faction of the Taishu Temple, such as Shoichi Daishin, Quang Heng, and the others, had similar interests to a certain extent. In other words, they had the same goal orientation. Based on this point, Lin Feng's plan could turn from paper to reality. He believed that as long as Shi Tianhao could defeat Shi Tianyi, then the general direction of the situation would not deviate. As for the result of Little Stone defeating Big Stone, Lin Feng had never doubted it. He had confidence in his disciple. Similarly, he was very clear about the thoughts of Quang Heng and the others. Venerable swordsman Flying Snow looked at Lin Feng and said bitterly, "What a grand plan! He actually wants to change the structure of the entire human cultivation world. Isn't he afraid of being crushed to death by the wheel of history? The arms of a mantis cannot stop a chariot, but the claws of a dragon and the legs of an elephant can." Venerable swordsman Sunlight sighed softly. "That's why I said that today is just the beginning. Whether this master of the celestial sect of wonders is a mantis or a dragon and elephant, we'll have to see in the future. However, judging from today's battle, it's more likely that he'll be a dragon or an elephant." In the end, the Taishu Temple chose to deal with the changes in the infinite region and temporarily gave into Lin Feng and the others. In this way, there was no longer any suspense about the outcome of the Celestial Pool sect. Elder Ice and Elder Fire and Chao Wei looked miserable. They had also thought of what Venerable Swordsman Flying Snow and Venerable Swordsman Sunlight could think of, which made the three of them even more depressed. From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng's gaze and target were not on them. The Celestial Pool sect was in vain a first-rate sect below the sacred ground. In today's world-shaking reform, it was just an existence that was conveniently obliterated. It was like a small stone that was drawn into the vortex of the collision of two huge objects. Under the situation where both parties did not care, it was crushed, and this small stone was sent to them by itself. Chao Wei and the other two felt like crying for a moment. They had never thought that Lin Feng would have such great courage this time, and that he could support such a grand move. However, it was too late to say all this now. Lin Feng and Xian Li attacked together. Even with the twin sky peaks, Chao Wei and the other two were directly suppressed. Chao Wei's essence soul was directly thrown onto Wang Lin's Xiantian god sealing flag by Lin Feng, while Elder Ice and Elder Fire were captured by Lin Feng's dermic powers. Xian Li's figure disappeared and returned to the sword case. The heaven-punishing sword case suddenly increased in size. It was 1,000 feet long and 100 feet in diameter. It was no smaller than the twin sky peaks. It directly stabbed the top of the twin sky peaks, suppressing it to the point that it could not move. At this point, the battle finally came to an end. However, everyone's minds were still extremely agitated, especially the group of Essence Soul big shots. They all knew that today's matter was only the beginning. Old Sword Immortal sighed, slightly. There was naturally no need to talk about the Xian Gate, Heavenly Sect, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the Great Qin Dynasty. The Purple Sky Dao and the Northern Militant Imperial Court were also relatively independent. However, as a sect secretly supported by the Void Temple, where should his Heavenly Sword sect go in the future? Would there be any change in the attitude of the Taishu Temple towards the Heavenly Sword sect? Would it be better or worse? In the Great Qin Dynasty's camp, Wu Qingrou's expression was calm. In the void beside him, Qin Emperor Stonefeather reappeared. "Your Majesty, have you made up your mind?" Wu Qingru asked the same question again. Qin Emperor Stonefeather said indifferently, "It's time to change." Wu Qingru sighed. "Why bother? Most likely it will be a wedding dress for others." His words were somewhat impolite. The future is unpredictable. Who can really be sure? Stonefeather was not angry, and his tone was still indifferent. "I can't, the master of the mysterious gate can't, and you can't either." Wu Qingru nodded. "Yes, who can really grasp the future?" Stonefeather raised his finger to the sky. In the dark red sky of the ancient Sky Dragon domain, space distorted, forming a huge vortex. The milky white carved dragon jade gate appeared again. It was the Dragonstone Gate, and at this moment, the Dragonstone Gate was astonishingly wide open. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the two white jade gates radiated light in all directions. As if the previous confrontation with the Taishu Temple had never happened, Stonefeather said in a relaxed manner, "Tianhao, you can now enter the Dragonstone Gate. You have 1 day. As long as you can take away the treasures in the gate, you can take them as you please. This is the reward you deserve." The purple qi in the void above Lin Feng's head surged, faintly revealing the shadow of Yujing Mountain. A tall youngster jumped down the mountain. It was sure Tianhao. The external injuries on his body had disappeared, but his face was pale, and he still looked a little weak. But his spirit was excellent. After the battle with Shi Tianyi, his entire spirit and appearance had been renewed, as if he had undergone a transformation. Shi Tianhao turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged on top of the enlarged heaven-punishing sword box, smiling and nodding. Shi Tianhao immediately cupped his hands to Qin Emperor Stonefeather, and his figure flashed, flying into the Dragonstone Gate. "I will have to disturb fellow Shi next." Lin Feng smiled. Qin Emperor Stonefeather calmly nodded, and did not speak. Then Lin Feng's voice sounded in the void. "Our sect will be accepting disciples for the second time in a few days. Those who are interested can go to West Hill City. The time limit is 1 month, and those who exceed the time limit can go to the western border Sand Continent City." His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the heaven-punishing sword gate, spreading to the entire divine land, and once again caused the world to shake. Taking advantage of the great increase in our reputation after this battle, we can open up our sect and accept disciples, effectively transforming our reputation. Lin Feng let out a long sigh in his heart. Another important step has been taken, but there is still a long way to go. His consciousness sank into the system, where many new messages were refreshed. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission 2. 1. Special reward for the main mission released. New main mission 2. 2 released. Chapter 600. Congratulations, host, for completing main mission 2. 1. Main mission special reward released. Lin Feng opened the treasure chest, and a crystal-clear jade appeared in front of him. It fell into Lin Feng's palm. from the golden elixir period war puppet Lin Feng had obtained when he was still in the qi cultivation stage, to the yin and yang life and death formation, the cosmic vine, and the bulwark umbrella from the previous mission, the system's special reward had always been very good. Rubbing the jade with his fingers, Lin Feng thought to himself, why does this thing feel like it's the same as the bulwark umbrella? It's good to use, but if I'm not careful, it'll be more of a hindrance than a help. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng put the jade away and looked down at the system's latest main mission. Main Mission 2. 2. Accumulate strength, spread branches, and leaves mission description. Congratulations, host, for establishing a high reputation in the great Tianyuan world. You've taken a fruitful step in the construction of the sect's eternal foundation. However, a moment of glory doesn't mean it'll last forever. If the sect wants to become the #1 sect throughout the ages, it must lay a solid foundation in inheritance and continue to exist. The roots of the tree are deep, but the branches and leaves are sparse. The sect's disciples are in urgent need of growth and inheritance from generation to generation. There must be both quality and quantity in every generation. Finally, the sect will reach the stage of flourishing branches and a garden full of disciples. From now on, the host must cultivate the sect's inheritance seriously. The total number of disciples in the sect must exceed 1,000. The proportion of disciples in the Yuanying period is 1%. The proportion of disciples in the golden elixir period is more than 10%. And the proportion of disciples in the foundation establishment period is more than 39%. Mission time limit, 50 years. The host will share time with the disciples. If the mission is not completed within the time limit, the special reward of the main mission will be canceled. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes flashed. He threw the previous mission description to the back of his mind and focused all his attention on the last line, the description of the mission time limit. The 50-year mission time limit was not important. What was important was the second half of the sentence. If the mission is not completed within the time limit, the special reward of the main mission will be canceled. Lin Feng took a deep breath and swiped the mission form. He could clearly see the descriptions of the previous main missions. As for the time limit of the mission, the latter half of the description was the same. If the mission is not completed within the time limit, the host will be directly erased. Now, although there was still a time limit for the main quest, the penalty for exceeding the time limit was losing the special quest reward. Is it because I've already become a primordial spirit, or is there another reason? With Lin Feng's current state of mind, he felt a little dazed for a moment. Frankly speaking, if it wasn't for the threat of being obliterated, when he first arrived in this world, he would have taken the Taoist art given by the novice gift pack and found a place to hide and practice for a while. He would have become an expert, or at least have a certain level of strength before going out to explore the world. If he wanted to complete the mission, he could complete it. If he didn't want to complete it, he could just let the system play with its eggs. Up until now, apart from today's battle, which was slightly more stressful, Lin Feng's previous more dangerous times were when his cultivation was still low and he was in the qi condensation stage. He was forced to take risks by the system's missions. Taking risks is 9 out of 10 deaths and 1 out of 10 lives. Not completing the mission is 10 deaths and 1 out of 10 lives. It just so happens that deep in Lin Feng's heart hides a bit of the ruthlessness of a desperado. That's why he charged forward courageously. Sometimes when he looks back, he actually also feels a lingering fear. Taking in Shi Tianhao, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin, none of them were easy, especially in Wuzhou City. For Xiao Yan, the qi condensation stage Lin Feng went against a golden elixir period ancestor of the Blaze Sword sect. That time he really put his head on his belt and played with his life. With a bit of carelessness, The grass on Lin Feng's grave has already changed quite a few times. But honestly speaking, if it wasn't for this kind of pressure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to reach my current height. Lin Feng closed his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly laughed. Reaching this point, even without the threat of being obliterated by the system, I'm already sailing against the current. If I don't advance, then I'll fall back. What's more, why should I fall back? Isn't it very interesting to be the first ancestor in history? Reaching that height, I'm very interested in what kind of scenery I can see. Lin Feng's closed eyes opened once again. Sitting on the heaven-punishing sword case, he suddenly let out a long howl, shaking the heavens and making everyone stunned. In the midst of a flash of clear light, an enormous Taiji diagram with a circumference of who knows how many tens of thousands of miles appeared in the air. A loud and clear song appeared on the Taiji diagram, but bystanders couldn't clearly hear the specific content. They only felt that there was a kind of great liberation, a feeling of great freedom. Only in Lin Feng's own mind could the specific content of the song appear. Treading on thin ice for 20 years, advancing courageously to become an immortal, unlocking the old shackles on my body. Only today do I know that I am me. The Taiji diagram overlooked the myriad of worlds. Lin Feng's will was entrusted within, silently looking at the world in front of him. Lin Feng, will become the first ancestor in history. The clear light rolled up the Taiji diagram and returned it to the top of Lin Feng's head. His face revealed a quiet smile, quite free and unfettered, but also faintly revealed a domineering majesty that ruled the world. In the ancient Sky Dragon domain, led by Qin Emperor Stonefeather, a group of primordial spirit experts were silently looking at Lin Feng. It was naturally impossible for them to know what kind of changes had happened to Lin Feng, but they could all feel that this person who was already terrifying to begin with seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Wrapped in the previous battle achievements of repelling the Taishu and Shushan, Lin Feng's imposing manner at the moment had once again risen to a level that even a group of primordial spirit experts had to look up to. Only Qin Emperor Stonefeather could still maintain his bearing. Slowly, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Sect Master Lin seems to have gained something?" Lin Feng smiled, faintly. "It can't be said that I've gained something. I've just figured out some things. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone." The crowd said in unison, "Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders is too polite." Most of them thought that Lin Feng's spirit had once again sublimated after the showdown at Taishu Temple. Many people were actually hesitating. Lin Feng had previously issued a notice to open the mountain gate for the second time, and there was bound to be an opening ceremony at that time. Whether they should participate or not was a problem. In the eyes of many people, this actually involved the question of which side to choose. Should they choose Taishu Temple, or should they choose the alliance of Xianmen Tianzong and the other forces, the glorious Sun Swordsman and the Flying Snow Swordsman, who originally stood on the side of the great Qin dynasty, exchanged a glance with each other, revealing a wry smile. Lin Feng had suddenly used the prestige of this great victory to open the mountain and accept disciples, causing all the forces in the world to start choosing sides. However, it also faintly pushed Xianmen Tianzong to the position of the leader of the alliance against Taishu Temple. This was an overt plot, coupled with the shocking strength that Lin Feng had displayed in this battle. Even if others had other ideas, they had to admit that Xianmen Tianzong, or rather Lin Feng, was worthy of this position. Of course, in this way, Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong also stood on the front lines against Taishu Temple. To enjoy the glory and glory, they had to bear the corresponding responsibility and risk. Lin Feng did not pay much attention to the discussions in the hearts of the crowd. At this moment, his attention returned to his own system. Only now did he have the mood to carefully study the new system mission description. Although the threat of being obliterated was gone, Lin Feng was still prepared to complete the system mission. Putting aside the tempting rewards of the system main storyline mission, did it mean that without the threat of being obliterated, he would have to exceed the time limit? For Lin Feng and the celestial sect of Xian Men, the shorter the time needed to complete the mission, the more powerful it would be in a short time. Why not? Facing the pressure of Taishu Temple, Lin Feng naturally knew what to do. He would never complain about working too hard and becoming too powerful. However, after reading the mission description carefully, Lin Feng smacked his lips. Although the threat of being obliterated is gone, the system mission content is still as F***ed up as before. Within 50 years, the total number of disciples would exceed 1,000, of which 1% would be Yuanian cultivators, at least 10% would be golden elixir cultivators, and at least 39% would be foundation establishment cultivators. In other words, using the lower limit of 1,000 disciples as an example, Lin Feng had to cultivate 10 Yuanian cultivators and at least 100 golden elixir cultivators, including Yuanian and golden elixir cultivators. At least half of his disciples would be foundation establishment cultivators. The time limit was 50 years. The so-called time sharing between the host and the disciple meant that no matter if it was Lin Feng himself or his disciples, the time was 50 years. This put an end to the possibility of Lin Feng himself staying in the outside world for 50 years and then throwing his disciples into the mysterious heaven-time-like grotto heaven to speed up their time cultivation. There was a follow-up explanation in the system. After Lin Feng opened it, it was written that the cultivation time of each disciple was based on 50 years. After 50 years, even if you soared to the primordial spirit realm within a year, it would not be counted. For the human cultivation world, 50 years was not a pressing time. For ordinary people, it was more than half of their lives. There were many people who lived to old age, but were still qi refining cultivators. If foundation establishment cultivators could not see the hope of forming their gold core, they would also enter their old age and eventually die of old age. But for genius-level cultivators, 50 years was really nothing. The human cultivation world tacitly agreed that the top genius standard was to form their nascent soul within 100 years, the earlier the better. With Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong's Taoist law foundation and cultivation resources, it was not difficult for them to carefully select disciples with high aptitude and high potential to produce 100 golden elixir period cultivators and 300 to 500 foundation establishment cultivators within 50 years. When the mountain gate was opened in the Sand Continent, Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong's reputation was still average, but they had an advantage. There were no traditional powerful forces in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain. So many good seedlings were left to Lin Feng. Now that the mountain gate was open for the second time to the whole world, the number of disciples would only increase. With such a huge base, it was not impossible to produce more good seedlings. But other sects and forces had always tried their best to find talents within their own sphere of influence. Many good seedlings would be accepted as soon as they showed their potential. So Lin Feng did not dare to have 100% confidence in the quality of the disciples who opened the mountain gate this time. But the heaven spirit deficiency replenishing pill could already be mass-produced. Combined with the other resources on Yujing Mountain, Lin Feng was still confident that congenital deficiencies could be made up for later. Therefore, half of them could reach the foundation establishment stage, and 10% of them could reach the golden elixir period. This was not a problem. The simplest way was to carefully select 500 people, teach them seriously, and provide them with concentrated resources. Within 50 years, all of them would reach the foundation establishment stage without any suspense. 20% of them would also not be difficult to form their gold core. Then he just had to accept 500 new disciples. What really troubled Lin Feng was that within 50 years, he had to produce at least 10 Yuanying disciples. Chapter 601. The human race cultivation world tacitly agreed that cultivators who could form nascent soul within 100 years could be called top-notch geniuses with a bright future. Why was Tao Yaoyao valued by the Celeritas sword sect, and even famous in the entire Nine Heavens Sword League? Because when this woman reached the peak of golden elixir and was about to break through to the Yuanying stage, there was still a long way to go before she reached 100 years. If not for that accident, Tao Yaoyao would have formed Yuanying within 100 years. By the same logic, why was Shi Chongyun, the crown prince of the great Qin dynasty, called talented but unvirtuous? He was immoral because he had a serious character flaw. He was talented because he had formed his nascent soul within 100 years. That was why he and Shi Xingyun were known as the Nascent Soul Nebula and the Golden Core Nebula in the royal family of the Great Qin dynasty. Before Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and the others became famous among the young geniuses in the Divine Land, the most promising ones were the dual-pupiled Shi Tianyi and the Jinghuan Marquis Liang, and the reason was that they formed nascent soul very early and were even more talented than Shi Chongyun and Tao Yaoyao. Then here comes the problem. The requirements of the system mission is that Lin Feng needs to nurture at least 10 nascent soul stage successors within 50 years. Looking at the current Divine Land, it was hard to count the older generation among the younger generation who could form nascent soul within 50 years. Even counting the people from the medium-sized world, Zhu Yi, Xiao Zhen, Shi Tianyi, Jinghuan Marquis. And then there was none, at least as far as Lin Feng knew. Maybe there were hidden geniuses in Taishu Temple and Shu Mountain Sword Sect who could do it. Maybe there weren't. Forces like the Underworld Hall might nurture some, or maybe there were some low-key geniuses, but these were all uncertain. Most of the geniuses who advanced rapidly in their cultivation were famous, because besides a few exceptions, most of the people who cultivated to a certain extent could no longer improve by simply sitting in meditation and cultivating. Going out to gain experience was more beneficial to breaking through bottlenecks and comprehending Tao arts. This way, people would naturally know about them. Were there hidden geniuses who were raised at home? Yes, but they were very few. At present, there were only a few confirmed experts of the younger generation of the human race. Going a little further back, Lin Daohan of the Taishu Temple, Yan Mingyue, and Pang Jie could be counted. Even Zhu Yi's mother, Meng Bingyun, and his father, Zhu Hongwu, could be counted as well. In Lin Feng's memories, there were only a few famous experts of the new generation who could do this. At the very most, there were less than 10 of them. Of course, judging from the current situation, Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao from the Lin Feng Empire would definitely be able to do it. Apart from that, Shi Xingyun and Jiao Junshin from the Great Qin Empire also stood a chance. This was a statistic made from the perspective of the entire divine continent, the people who nurtured them, the Xianmen heavenly sect, the Taishu Temple, the Great Qin dynasty, the Great Zhou dynasty, and the ancient emperor's orthodox lineage were all top-notch forces. They provided the best Tao techniques and resources without taking any detours, without wasting any time and talent, and only a dozen or so people who could form their nascent soul within 50 years were gathered. Now, the system wanted Lin Feng to cultivate at least 10 of them. This was really a scam. The only good news was that Xiao Yan and the others could also be counted. The bad news was that Wang Lin could not be counted. Although Wang Lin was the first disciple under Lin Feng to form his nascent soul, Wang Lin had cultivated for more than 100 years when he formed his nascent soul, including the time he had accumulated in the Xiantian Time Grotto and the Void Battlefield. Although the mission was newly issued, This unlucky system calculated the time of Lin Feng's disciples according to their original cultivation time. It did not add up to 50 years from the time the mission was issued. However, if Lin Feng's own time limit of 50 years was up, and the disciples under him had cultivated for less than 50 years, it would be considered as the time limit. Lin Feng had already experienced the system's stinginess. He had never expected the system to give him any preferential treatment. Anyway, with the Xiantian Time Grotto, he could just throw those who joined later in. Lin Feng calculated the cards in his hand. Apart from Wang Lin, Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and Xiao Yan were basically in the bag. There would not be any accidents. Among the remaining people, Yu Hongyan, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu all had great hopes. As long as there were no major accidents, they would be able to form their nascent souls within 50 years. Finally, Xiaotong should also have great hopes. The little fellow's foundation was too solid. However, she was neither a human nor a demon. If she wanted to formally cultivate, Lin Feng still needed a lot of planning. In particular, Lin Tong was a plant spirit. Plants had a long lifespan, but their cultivation was relatively slow. Generally speaking, he was a target that could be pinned on. Apart from them, it was more difficult to say about the others. Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh. Let's see if we can get any good seedlings when we open the mountain gate this time. After that, we'll also let little Yen and the others out. Let's see if they can pick up some impressive disciples apart from being good at picking up things. As for the second opening of the mountain gate, Lin Feng looked forward to it a little more. However, once the news spread, it would take some time for the disciples to rush to West Hill City. Lin Feng still had time to tidy up his spoils this time. The original spirit of the great Freedom Radiant Robe had been destroyed by him. In all fairness, it was a good treasure. It was a pity to destroy its original spirit. However, Lin Feng did not have the time to subdue the original spirit and wrangle with it at that time. So be it if it was destroyed. He could be at ease as the treasure to set up the yin and yang life and death formation. Obtaining this treasure would allow him to gather all 12 treasures of the yin and yang life and death formation. For Lin Feng, it was an unexpected gain, but also a rather fruitful one. There was only one treasure between 11 and 12. However, for the yin and yang life and death formation, the power was a qualitative leap. The 6 paths of life and death only had 5 transformations. Although it could fight against the supreme formation breaking drum, it would still break the formation's transformations. With the 6 transformations gathered, the supreme formation breaking drum could not even lift its head. This was under the condition that the supreme formation breaking drum innately restrained the formation. If it were any other magic treasure of the Mahayana level, such as the Polar Sky Peak that was being suppressed by the Heaven Punishment Sword Box, it would be beaten up even worse. Apart from the great Freedom Radiant Robe, the other more valuable spoils of war were the stone stairs that he had obtained from the Xianlin Taoist. Lin Feng held a stone flute in his hand. He felt the changes in its aura, which resonated with the stone stairs. Back then, he had first snatched Kuang Heng's great Freedom Radiant Robe. Upon seeing this, Emperor Qin's stone feather and Wu Qingrou's expressions changed slightly. In the distance, the Xianlin Taoist was even more furious. Kuang Heng, a member of Taishu Temple's Supreme Elders Guild, a core member of Taishu Temple's radical faction, and a third-tier primordial spirit expert who had once fought with Yan Nanlai for the position of Taishu Temple's master, had his great Freedom Radiant Robe ripped off by Lin Feng. The great Freedom Radiant Robe was ultimately a magic treasure that looked like a robe. For its owner, Kuang Heng, to have it ripped off was a great humiliation. However, Kuang Heng was still able to maintain his composure. His eyebrows did not even twitch as he continued to fight with Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng snatched the stone stairs, not only did the Xianlin Taoist fly into a rage, even Kuang Heng became anxious and rushed forward to snatch it back. This behavior made Lin Feng very concerned. This meant that the stone stairs were not as simple as a magic treasure. They definitely had other precious uses. The stone stairs had its own magic treasure primordial spirit, and it was even at the transformation stage. The primordial spirit could already condense into a physical form. However, after being suppressed by Lin Feng, the primordial spirit went silent in the magic treasure and completely sealed itself off. With Lin Feng's supernatural powers, he could naturally destroy it by force. However, he was very interested in the secret hidden in this magic treasure. Moreover, he had the patience and time to slowly refine this treasure. He would eventually be able to pry open the other party's mouth. Apart from the stone stairs and the great light, freedom, heavenly robe, he had to thank the Tianqi sect for their warmth. Chao Wei was directly sent to the mysterious sky god's sealing flag by Lin Feng. As for the ice and fire elders, they were also suppressed by him. The two old men had better pray that Lin Feng would upgrade the mysterious sky god's sealing flag to the transformation stage as soon as possible. Otherwise, they could only be used by Lin Feng for other purposes and were destined to lose their lives. Of course, if they would rather die than submit, Lin Feng would not mind. However, compared to these three people, Lin Feng was more concerned about the polar sky peak that was suppressed by the heaven-punishing sword case. The figure of a white-robed, middle-aged man appeared in the snow-white, crystal-clear mountain peak. He had a head of fiery red hair and a pair of snow-white eyebrows that looked like frost. It was the primordial spirit of the polar sky peak. I am Feng Biji. I am the primordial spirit of the polar sky peak. I am willing to submit to Xianmen Tianzong and refine it for the master of the celestial gate. The man with red hair and white eyebrows made his position clear as soon as he appeared. Lin Feng stared at him. After all, it was a Mahayana-grade magic treasure. It could leave its body and travel the world. It could even control its own body and unleash its full power. Its strength was equivalent to a primordial soul integration powerhouse. How could he be so spineless? Unexpectedly, Feng Biji's expression was very solemn. He cupped his hands towards Lin Feng and said, I am willing to be used by the master of the celestial gate, but I hope that the master of the celestial gate can leave some descendants for the celestial pool sect. Lin Feng said indifferently, Your celestial pool sect will definitely be destroyed by the Northern Militant Royal Court, and your disciples may be recruited by the Great Zhou dynasty. There won't be too much bloodshed, but the Celestial Pool sect will disappear from the Divine Continent. As for Chao Wei and the others, whether they can survive or not depends on themselves. It's the same for you. Feng Biji sighed and shook his head. He did not speak anymore and disappeared. However, Lin Feng could feel through the heaven-punishing sword case that the polar sky peak below gradually calmed down and gave up all resistance. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. He flicked his palm, and a few shadows appeared in his palm. One of the most dazzling balls of light was a three-legged cauldron. The cauldron was inscribed with the pattern of mountains and rivers. It was as if thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were carved in metal. Around this three-legged cauldron, there were also 7 small bronze cauldrons flying around it. This is the Void Mountain and River Cauldron, Lin Feng said in his heart. Including the one in Tianhao's hand, there are a total of 8 bronze cauldrons. There is still one left. What is the use of this thing? Lin Feng gently tapped the body of the Void Mountain and River Cauldron with his finger and found that the magic treasure's origin spirit was in a suppressed and ignorant state. In 6,000 years, Even if it didn't advance to the transformation stage, the magic treasure's origin spirit would at least have a complete consciousness. Even if it had been sleeping, it should have matured. Lin Feng thought, and said, but this void mountain and river cauldron is still in such an ignorant state as if it had just been refined. It must have been suppressed by the people of the Celestial Pool sect for so many years. Chapter 602. After observing the Void Mountain River Cauldron, for a while, Lin Feng tapped the cauldron with his finger. Lin Feng broke the Dharma power restriction that the Heavenly Pool sect had placed on the cauldron. The Void Mountain River Cauldron's primordial spirit consciousness immediately began to grow. After Lin Feng put away the Void Mountain and River Cauldron and the 7 bronze void cauldrons, he took the mysterious sky god sealing banner from Wang Lin and interrogated Chao Wei's primordial spirit that was restricted by the magic treasure. Chao Wei lost his freedom after getting on the mysterious sky god sealing flag. Although he could cultivate as usual, he could not go against Lin Feng and Wang Lin's will. Whatever Lin Feng asked him, he naturally said everything he knew without holding anything back. He did not hide anything at all. At that moment, Chao Wei's expression was gloomy, as if he was shrouded in a gloomy aura. However, his expression was calm as he faced Lin Feng calmly. Lin Feng looked at him silently. What secrets does the Void Mountain River Cauldron have? Tell me. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Chao Wei sighed and said calmly, everyone says that the Void Mountain River Cauldron is the mountain and river master's Dharma treasure. It's the same for the 9 Suns and Mother Bronze Cauldron. But that's not the case. The 9 Suns and Mother Bronze Cauldron was not refined by the mountain and river master. Instead, it was a treasure he found in an ancient ruin. The 9 small cauldrons formed a mysterious array. When the mountain and river master discovered it, he had yet to form his primordial spirit. He was only at the peak late stage yuanying. He had been stuck at the peak of the late nascent soul stage for many years and was unable to take the final step to form a nascent soul. Later on, he comprehended this array and combined it with his own cultivation. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck and took the final step to form a nascent soul. Slowly, Chao Wei said, after that, the mountain and river master used the array of the 9 Suns and Mother Bronze Cauldron as a foundation and found other treasures. Finally, he refined the Void Mountain River Cauldron. On the day the magic treasure was refined, the 10 cauldrons, 1 big and 9 small cauldrons, resonated with each other. The formation changed and rearranged itself, forming a brand new formation that opened a path to the outer space. Dao Master Mountain River wanted to embark on that path, but he found that the path was blocked and he lacked an important supporting item. Chao Wei paused slightly before continuing. It's your frosty flame ice cornucopia and the karmic fire wood that has grown. Using the tree as a staircase and combining it with the path opened up by the 10 cauldron formation, only then will you be able to walk this path. Lin Feng suddenly understood. Then Chao Wei continued. The Mountain River Tao Master understood the truth later. But at that time, because there was no fate firewood, and he was in a hurry to set foot on the path, it caused the formation to collapse. As a result, the 9 bronze void cauldrons scattered in all directions. Dao Master Mountain River had to search for the lost bronze void cauldrons and the karmic firewood at the same time. Then he found my heavenly lake of Snow Mountain. Lin Feng nodded. The karmic fire wood is actually produced in extremely hot places, but in recent years, it has almost gone extinct. Dao Master Mountain River couldn't find it in the extremely hot places, so he mistakenly thought that your heavenly lake has the 2 extremes of ice and fire, and would also grow the karmic firewood. Chao Wei replied, exactly. Needless to say what happened next. The wealth was exposed, so it led to the murder and robbery. The Taishu Temple doesn't care about you. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. Although Tao Master Mountain River was a rogue cultivator, he had reached the primordial spirit. If the Heavenly Lake sect wanted to kill people and rob their treasures, it would be fine if the Taishu Temple didn't know about it. Silently, Chao Wei said, 6,000 years ago, the master of the hidden sect was my master. We didn't kill Tao Master Mountain River, but just suppressed him in an eye of the sea in the North Sea. Lin Feng squinted at him. Sure enough, Chao Wei continued, in the war between the two worlds 4,600 years ago, Marshal Ant Bing led a few great sages of the demon clan there. It was they who killed Tao Master Mountain River in the eye of the sea. The Heavenly Lake sect set up an ambush and killed all the great sages of the demon clan. Lin Feng laughed silently and shook his head. Let's continue talking about those cauldrons. Chao Wei said, at that time, in addition to the Void Mountain River cauldron, there were 2 small cauldrons in our hands. In the following years, we collected another 5 bronze void cauldrons and hoped to find the last 2. During this time, we also tried to rely on the other 7 cauldrons to refine the remaining 2 cauldrons. After all, they are ritual implements of the Yuanying period. We thought it wouldn't be difficult, but we never succeeded. Lin Feng thought. In this way, the 9 small cauldrons seem to be the same, but in fact, each has its own mystery. In this case, although I can get a small cauldron with the Heavenly Lake Golden Pearl, I still can't recreate the 10 cauldrons array. The cauldron is just a carrier. The key lies in the unique and mysterious aura contained in the cauldron. He asked, where does the path paved with the 10 cauldrons array and the wood of fated fire lead to? Chao Wei replied, according to the speculation of Tao Master Mountain River and our understanding, the path leads to an extraterritorial space. But that extraterritorial space is just a road sign. We unanimously deduced that this road sign has something to do with the ancient Xia Huang. Xia Huang. Lin Feng now knew why the Celestial Pool sect was so desperate for the Bronze Void Cauldron. Xia Huang was an ancient human emperor who fell in the war between the human clan and the demon clan. The human emperor was not actually a realm of strength. It was just a kind of respect and status. It represented the strongest individual strength of the era. It could look down on an era and could control the heroes of the human clan at that time. Naturally, there would be a difference in strength between human emperors in different eras. In the prosperous era of the human clan cultivation world, when a top cultivator met someone stronger than him, he could not be the human emperor of his era. But if he was placed in an era where thousands of horses were fighting against each other, he might be even stronger than the human emperor of that time. The same principle applied to the demon clan. From the perspective of a long history, the overall strength of both sides had always been up and down. There were peaks and valleys. In the history of the human clan, if a human emperor fell, some of the legacies left behind would be directly divided by the people at that time. They would not be left to the later generations. If they were left behind, they would naturally be wealth to the current people. However, wealth also varied. For example, Shi Huang and Tai Huang had the legacies left behind by the Immortal Dragon City and the Tai Huang Palace, respectively. Although one was incomplete and the other had been greatly damaged, they were both Dharma treasures of the creation realm. Such treasures were undoubtedly huge legacies. Even if they had to spend a lot of energy and resources to repair them or refine them again, they were worth everyone fighting for. They could directly lead to the rise of a superforce. After all, not every human emperor had a Dharma treasure of the creation realm. However, Xia Huang, like Shi Huang and Tai Huang, had once refined Dharma treasures of the creation realm. It was just that they were buried in history along with Xia Huang. As expected, Chao Wei continued to say, we have squeezed the primordial spirit of the mountain and river great master. In the end, we can confirm that the foreign space that he almost came into contact with was related to Xia Huang's Dharma treasure of the creation realm, Ding of Shenzhou. After understanding the reason, Lin Feng was not anxious anymore. Even if he had all 10 cauldrons and cultivated the icy fruit of fire into the wood of fortune fire, he would not be in a hurry to find Ding of Shenzhou. As far as he knew, Emperor Xia had fallen in the past, and the divine prefecture cauldron had gone missing. There were some mysteries behind this. If the divine prefecture cauldron had not been destroyed, then even if it had been damaged as a creation treasure of the past, it would still require careful planning. It would not be easy to take it after returning Chao Wei's primordial spirit back to the Xiantian God-sealing flag. Lin Feng also temporarily put it away since the twin poles sky peaks had expressed their submission. Refining a Dharma treasure of the creation realm was not something that could be done in a short time. He drew a circle of light in the void with his hand, which showed the current scene of the heavenly lake of the Snow Mountain. As expected, without the two extreme heavenly peaks, Chao Wei and the Ice and Fire Elders, the Tianqi sect would not be able to defend against the joint attack of the Northern Militant Imperial Court and the Great Zhou dynasty. The Heavenly Lake sect's protective formation was also strong, but with only a Yuanying stage cultivator presiding over it, it was difficult for it to contend with a primordial spirit expert for a long time, and in the end, it could only be broken. The Great Zhou dynasty used a psychological attack to transmit the scene of Chao Wei, and the other two being suppressed by Lin Feng in the ancient Sky Dragon domain. The Heavenly Lake sect suddenly fell into chaos, and then fell into a strange silence. After the silence, there were even more riots and quarrels, and even conflicts broke out between their own people, but the riots quickly subsided. Most people chose to surrender to the Great Zhou dynasty, and those who stubbornly resisted were killed by the experts of the Northern Militant Imperial Court. Later, the Great Chanyu of the Northern Militant Imperial Court personally destroyed the Heavenly Lake sect, extinguished the sacred fire, destroyed the Ice Palace, and the Heavenly Lake sect was destroyed. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. His eyes suddenly moved, slightly, and his finger drew another circle of light in the air. As the light and shadow flickered, a woman in blue suddenly appeared in front of him, bright like the moonlight. Sect Master Lin is really generous this time. The woman in blue was Yan Mingwei. She looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Mingwei admires you. Lin Feng said indifferently, Fairy Yan is flattering me. I also have to thank Fairy Yan for coordinating in the middle for today's situation. Yan Mingwei smiled. Not only me, I also have to thank Martial Uncle Shini. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say much. In the current situation, Taishu Temple and Xianmen Tianzong and other forces were standing on opposite sides and could no longer continue to be alone. At least they could not completely maintain their original strategy. This situation was actually what the radicals were happy to see and pursue. For Quang Heng and the others, they might not have had such thoughts at first, and they didn't expect Lin Feng to have such strength. They just wanted to suppress and subdue Lin Feng. However, after this battle, Shoichi Daishin only wanted to save people and gave up fighting to the death with Lin Feng. Apart from not having the treasure of fortune in hand and not being very confident, there were naturally other considerations, and his thoughts were not simple. The only thing that was difficult for Shoichi Daishin to accept was that the stone stairs had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng looked at Yan Mingwei calmly and smiled. Fairy Yan, I'm afraid that you will be kicked out of Taishu Temple this time, right? Sect Master Lin, you must be joking. Yan Mingwei also smiled. Martial Uncle Yan and Marshal Uncle Jingyi are not that narrow-minded. Taishu Temple can accept disciples who try to walk a new path. Of course, the premise is that although the path is different, the goal is the same. In the end, which path to take depends on the specific situation. If things don't work out, I will naturally turn back. Chapter 603. Yan Mingyue's tone was very relaxed, but Lin Feng knew that she was under immense pressure. How could it be easy to walk a third path between the original conservatives and radicals? Even with the support of her master, Yun Yuanjin, a member of Taishu Temple's Grand Elders Guild, he couldn't do it alone. Just as she said, she could try to walk a brand new path because Taishu Temple allowed its disciples to try. Lin Feng smiled faintly. To you, opening up a new route is the most important thing. It doesn't matter which ship you take. That's not true. Only the biggest and best ship can survive the raging waves and open up a brand new route. Yan Mingyue tucked her hair behind her ear. The ship is too small, so it capsized in the waves before it could open up a new route. Yan Mingyue suddenly laughed. Sect Master Lin is truly unfathomable. Mingyue really wants to change ships now, but I don't know if I can make it in time. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Before we reach our destination, we can do it any time. However, it might not be the destination you want to reach. The helmsman of Mingyue's ship also has the same idea. Yan Mingyue said silently. However, Mingyue has more confidence in the sea. No matter how big the ship is, it's still sailing on the sea. Lin Feng laughed. That might not be the case. Maybe my ship can fly? Let's wait and see. Empty words won't help anything. Yan Mingyue nodded with a smile. Sect Master Lin is right. She paused for a moment before saying, after obtaining a portion of Yudu Minghua in Cloud Forest Realm, Liang Pan also had other gains. With the two working together, Grand Imperial Palace isn't far from its heyday. Lin Feng nodded with an indifferent expression. Among the creation treasures that human emperor has forged, Grand Imperial Palace can be said to be number one, but it still can't do anything to me. Yan Mingyue said, that's right. Sect Master Lin can defeat Immortal Heaven Sword and Taishu Temple, so you naturally don't fear Grand Imperial Palace. On the other hand, I have to thank you, Fairy Yin. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that the great Zhou dynasty was hiding another trump card. Silently, Lin Feng said, although I'm not afraid, I'll be able to plan better if I know first. Yan Mingyue smiled. Mingyue is doing a cheap favor. Please excuse me, Sect Leader Lin. At this point in the conversation, the two of them tacitly stopped the similar topic and turned to chat. The great Zhou dynasty has already sent someone to bring that little girl to West Hill City. Yan Mingyue looked at Lin Feng curiously. Although this little girl has an overabundance of true young body in her primordial yin, it's not enough for Sect Master Lin to value her so much, right? Lin Feng didn't hide it from her and said indifferently, one of my stewards is her father. Yan Mingyue came to a realization. This person avoided the Celestial Pool sect's severing of secular ties. Yes, that's right. As he spoke, Lin Feng raised his head to look at the sky of the ancient Sky Dragon domain. There was a crack there, and a pale, beardless old man wearing a crimson robe appeared there. It was the great Zhou dynasty's eunuch of rites, Mei Wulong. This person was the chief eunuch of the great Zhou dynasty, the head eunuch, and the trusted aide of Emperor Liang Pan. Lin Feng's eyes flickered when he saw him. Did Liang Pan tell me? Mei Wulong respectfully bowed to Lin Feng. His Majesty has specially invited the Master of the Celestial Gate to visit Tianjing City when he has the time. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid that won't be possible for the time being, but you can tell Liang Pan that I will go when I have the time. His Majesty has said that the Master of the Celestial Gate can do as he pleases. Mei Wulong waved his sleeve, and a young girl in white clothes appeared beside him. She had a cold and beautiful appearance, and her lips were as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. She looked around blankly, and her gaze immediately stopped when it landed on Lin Feng, and there was a hint of inquiry in her eyes. This young girl in white clothes was naturally Dao Jiqiang's daughter, Dao Yuding. Lin Feng used his own magic power to directly grab her, and threw her onto Yujing Mountain. Dao Yuding was dizzy, and before she could react, she saw a weathered middle-aged man appear in front of her. The two of them looked at each other, and they both felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Song Qingyuan did not lie to Dao Jiqiang about this. Dao Yuding's shattered soul had indeed been repaired by Chao Wei's secret technique, and all her memories had been restored. Of course, she had also buried other secret marks in her memories. However, when Lin Feng used his magic power to grab her just now, he had already removed these secret marks. Dao Yuding looked at her father at this moment, and she was a little speechless. Once upon a time, this man seemed to be the pillar that supported the family in her heart. However, later on, her home was gone, and even her father's figure became blurry. In a trance, a figure flashed by, but she could not remember who it was. Later on, the memories of her father and mother gradually became clear. Although she still could not see them clearly, she still felt happy. However, being in the Heavenly Pool sect, not only could she not share this happiness with others, but she also had to bury it deep in her heart to prevent others from discovering it, causing her to lose her memories again. Song Qingyuan knew her secret. Although she had never liked that person, she could only compromise and bow her head for fear that even the only happiness she had would be erased by him. Not long ago, she suddenly recovered all her memories, and all the past events of her childhood with her parents appeared clearly in her mind. However, after the joy, Dao Yuding only felt boundless fear. She was not stupid. Chao Wei and the others suddenly changed the sect's countless years of tradition and made an exception for her. There must be a special reason. Until not long ago, when the Heavenly Pool sect was breached, Dao Yuding's heart and spirit slightly relaxed, but more than that, she was at a loss. This was because she did not know where she should go next, and she did not know where to go to find her father. Now, Dao Jiqiang suddenly appeared in front of her, alive and alive. It was still the face in her memory, and it was still the feeling of being related by blood. However, there was a little more frost on his temples, and there were many more wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. However, this person was still the same person, her father. The girl in white, who had always had a cold expression, suddenly burst into tears and slowly knelt in front of Dao Jiqiang. Dao Jiqiang took a deep breath and reached out his hand to caress her hair. He suddenly raised his head, but he could not stop the old tears from falling from the corners of his eyes. The father and daughter looked at each other silently, and for a long time they were reunited, and for a moment they could not speak. To them, perhaps being able to reunite with each other was already a great blessing. Everything that happened on Jade, Capital Mountain, entered Lin Feng's eyes. He smiled slightly and retracted his divine sense, letting this father and daughter, who had been separated for so many years, express their feelings. He had already sent Mei Wulong away. Light flashed in his sea of consciousness, and Yan Mingyue's figure reappeared. The green-clothed girl gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled slightly. Sect Master Lin, did you send that girl to reunite with her father? That is a joyous occasion. According to the Buddhists, Sect Master Lin has done immeasurably good deeds. Lin Feng said indifferently, Fairy Yan, you speak too seriously. Yan Mingyue smiled lightly. All right, Mingyue has to go deal with the sect's questions. I wish your sect a complete success in opening its second sect gate. Thank you for your blessings. After saying this, Lin Feng cut off the communication. Yan Mingyue looked at the disappearing figure, lost in thought for a moment. Not so long ago, I really did not think it would be like this. She stood in the vast sea of clouds, but not in the great Zhou dynasty. Instead, she was in the place where she had grown up, the blessed land of the Taishu Temple, White Cloud Mountain. Junior Sister Yin, good move. I am ashamed of my inferiority. A calm voice rang out in the sea of clouds. The white cloud chi dispersed, and a young man in green slowly walked out. His facial features were ordinary, but he had the profundity of returning to simplicity. It was the number one of the younger generation of the Taishu Temple, Lin Daohan. Yan Mingyue said softly, "First senior brother, don't make fun of me. The master of the Mystic Gate is the true leader. I am just taking advantage of the situation." I also did not expect that Martial Uncle Kwang and Martial Uncle Xianlin would be repelled by the master of the Mystic Gate, even with the supreme formation-breaking drum and the void yin-yang bell. Xian Longsheng could not do anything to him even with the celestial heaven sword. Lin Daohan said, indifferently, "The master of the Mystic Gate can trigger the Dharma-ending tribulation. It is reasonable to have such a result, but it is indeed unexpected." Yan Mingyue asked, "First senior brother, what realm do you think the master of the Mystic Gate's cultivation has reached? To be able to trigger the Dharma-ending tribulation with his own power, he should at least have completely passed the first tribulation, or at least have the strength to completely pass the first tribulation." Lin Daohan said indifferently, "If not, Martial Uncle Zhengyi would also fight with him, even without the Taishu Temple." Yan Mingyue chuckled. "Martial Uncle Zhengyi has a deep mind. He would definitely not do anything just because of a moment of anger after giving him such a good opportunity." Lin Daohan said, "Not necessarily. Martial Uncle Xianlin lost the stone staircase. If not for the strange movements in the infinite mainland, Grandmaster and Master would probably have taken action." Yan Mingyue asked, "Then what do the Temple Master and the Grand Elders intend to do now? Are they going to look for the Master of the Mystic Gate immediately after the matters in the infinite mainland are settled?" However, Lin Daohan shook his head. There was a rare ripple in his calm eyes. Silently, he said, "Master and the Grand Elders have other plans." A look of surprise flashed across Yan Mingyue's face, but she did not ask further. Slowly, she said, "First senior brother, what do you think of the Master of the Mystic Gate today? From the perspective of the entire divine land, it is a blessing for the human race." Lin Daohan said indifferently, "But the premise is that he has enough self-control. Otherwise, he will become another king of the underworld, the ruthless emperor." Yan Mingyue sighed and looked at the boundless sea of clouds. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? In the ancient sky dragon domain, Lin Feng, who was being targeted by others, had his attention on the Dragonstone Gate at this moment. The corners of his mouth curled into a wry smile. It had been more than a day since the little Shi Tianhao had entered the gate, but he still had not come out. According to Qin Emperor Stonefeather, there was no special danger in the Dragonstone Gate. There was only one reason why Shi Tianhao did not come out. He did not want to come out. King Anliang Shi Zongyue's face was livid. Dao Master Changle shook his head with a wry smile. Shi Xingyun also wore a speechless expression. Qin Emperor Stonefeather turned to look at Lin Feng, the emperor of a country's side. "Sect Master Lin, are you going to do it yourself, or should I do it?" Chapter 604. Lin Feng glanced at the Dragonstone Gate, speechlessly, and sighed. A guest should follow the host's wishes. "Thank you, Brother Shi." Shiryu nodded and extended his hand. Boundless golden light surged and transformed into a golden dragon that charged into the Dragonstone Gate. A moment later, the golden dragon returned from the Dragonstone Gate with a tall youth in one of its claws. It was none other than Shi Tianhao, who had entered the Dragonstone Gate earlier. "Didn't you say that I could take whatever I wanted from the gate? I only managed to grab a few dragon bones," Shi Tianhao said with a frown. The faces of Shi Zongyue and the others darkened. This kid's eyes were too sharp, and his hands were too unscrupulous. The Great Qin dynasty was not like the Void Temple, where the true dragons were raised in the supreme dragon pond. Under the rule of the Great Qin dynasty, there were in fact a small number of true dragons resting, but most of them were the remains of the dragon clan buried in the ancient sky dragon domain. This was the greatest wealth of the Great Qin dynasty. The Dragonstone Gate was not easily opened. There were many treasures on the other side and abundant spiritual energy, so the Great Qin dynasty had sealed a large number of dragon remains inside to nourish them. As a result, Shi Tianhao's appetite was very good, and his eyes were becoming more and more picky. He was not interested in anything else, so he directly targeted the dragon remains. Shi Xingyun said somewhat speechlessly, "Tianhao, it's true that you can take whatever you want. It's fine if you want the dragon bones, but do you only listen to half of what I said?" Shi Tianhao blinked his large eyes innocently. Shi Xingyun sighed, "You can take whatever you want, but the time limit is 1 day. "Oh, I forgot." Shi Tianhao did not blush. "But 1 day is too short. Give me a few more days. You don't know how difficult it is to dig out an unrefined primitive dragon bone." Shi Xingyun wanted to tell him, "Of course I know it's difficult, but that's your problem. I don't have to give you enough time to dig." Lin Feng has long since understood this disciple of his who seems innocent on the outside, but is actually thick-skinned and black-hearted. He directly said to Emperor Stonefeather, "Excuse me." Then he grabbed Shi Tianhao. In front of his master, Shi Tianhao no longer acted shamelessly. He said, "Honestly, I was so busy that I forgot." Stonefeather looked at Shi Tianhao. Slowly, he said, "We wish to make you a marquis." His voice was not loud, but it rang out into the distance. Everyone in the dragon arena could hear him clearly. As a matter of fact, Stonefeather's voice even rang out in West Hill City outside the ancient Sky Dragon region. The people in the city discussed this. They already knew the result of the battle between the two stones. If Stonefeather said this, it naturally wouldn't be Feng Big Stone, so it could only be Little Stone, a 13-year-old youth. Shi Tianhao stood beside Lin Feng. At this moment, his expression was calm, like an adult who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He cupped his fists towards Qin Emperor Shiryu. "Thank you, Senior." Shi Zongyue, Shi Xingyun, and Shi Chongyun looked at him with complicated expressions. Many emotions flashed across their eyes. Although Shi Tianhao was obedient, his true thoughts could be seen from the way he addressed Qin Emperor Shiryu and the way he greeted him. To this young man, the Great Qin Empire was an outsider. Xianmen Tianzong was where he belonged. He had probably accepted the conferment mostly because of the amicable relationship between Xianmen Tianzong and the Great Qin Empire right now. If they were enemies or distant, there was an 80% chance that this kid would ignore it, even if he was the youngest marquis in the history of the Great Qin Empire. However, even Shi Chongyun did not believe that Shi Tianhao did not know how to appreciate his kindness. It was not only because of the potential and strength that Shi Tianhao had displayed, but also because of Lin Feng, who stood beside him. The emperor did not take offense at all. Instead, he issued a series of edicts. Apart from Shi Tianhao himself, even his missing father and grandfather were conferred titles. He also announced to the entire Great Qin Empire that anyone who entered the spatial battlefield would have to search for the whereabouts of Shi Tianhao's relatives seriously. When Shi Tianhao heard this series of edicts, his eyes were filled with warmth, which made him feel even more grateful than the conferment. Lin Feng also nodded slightly, indicating that he had accepted Shi Yu's kindness. Through Shi Tianhao's family, another link had been established between Xianmen Tianzong and the Great Qin Empire. Since Shi Tianhao had come out of the Dragonstone Gate, Lin Feng and the others did not continue to stay in the ancient Sky Dragon domain. They left this foreign space and returned to West Hill City. The news of the second opening of the Mountain Gate had been released. Lin Feng was now in West Hill City, quietly waiting for those who were interested in becoming his disciple. There were some people who secretly tried to fish in troubled waters, wanting to intercept some talents and bring them into their sect. Lin Feng directly split the Mountain Gate with a sword from thousands of miles away, immediately shocking the world, with the power of repelling the Great Void and Shushan, and also showing his insight. For a while, no one dared to cause trouble for Lin Feng on this matter. Compared to the vast heaven primal world, a month's time is too far for normal people to travel, unable to make it in time. But Lin Feng has already told Emperor Qin Stonefeather and Emperor Zhou Liang Pan about mobilizing the transportation capabilities of the two dynasties to make things easier. Everyone was now in the honeymoon period of close cooperation, and the Great Qin and Great Zhou naturally would not play tricks on this matter. Of course, they could also take this opportunity to continue to add sand to Xianmen Tianzong, but this was all within Lin Feng's expectations, and he had his own means to deal with it. A month's time quickly passed, and in this month there were also many changes within the Great Qin Empire. One of the tumors of the Great Qin Empire, the aristocratic families, had been completely eradicated. It was not as turbulent and uneasy as many people had imagined. On the contrary, it was calm and tranquil. Of the four great clans at the head of the aristocratic families, the Hua family had always been close to the imperial family, and they had always guarded the south, guarding the spatial passageway between the south and the vast Tianhuang continent. Over a month ago, the Yu family had been razed to the ground by Xianmen Tianzong, and their patriarch, the soul cultivator Yu Xintao, had been captured by Lin Feng. His soul was sealed in the Xiantian God's sealing banner. While the ancestral grounds of the Yu family and the mansion of the Yu family in West Hill City had been razed to the ground by Xianmen Tianzong's first disciple, Xiao Yan. After the battle between the two stones in the Dragon Arena, the faction that supported Shi Tianyi had completely fallen silent. The members of the Shi family who had hunted down Shi Tianhao's parents in the past had all been imprisoned, while those who supported Shi Tianhao occupied all the important positions in the Shi family. After the patriarch of the Shi family, Shi Wu, entered the imperial palace to meet the Emperor Qin Shi Yu, he entered the spatial battlefield alone to look for Shi Tianhao's grandfather and parents. The overall situation of the Shi family was left to the clansmen who supported Shi Tianhao. These people stood firmly on the side of the imperial family, supporting the Great Qin Empire's decisive purge of the large families. The Lei family, the most low-key of the four large families, shocked most people this time. They had directly migrated into the embrace of the Great Zhou Empire, and the Great Zhou Empire, which had already purged the large families and sects within its borders, had actually accepted them. Naturally, there had been some wrangling between the Great Zhou and the Great Qin Empire. However, with the destruction of the Yu family, the submission of the Shi family, and the departure of the Lei family, the leaders of the large families in the Great Qin Empire had all disappeared. The remaining medium-sized families were numerous and well-established. Even though they did not have many experts at the top, their hidden power was immense, and their tentacles reached every corner of the Great Qin Empire. However, in the face of this purge, most of them had chosen to lower their heads. This was because the leaders of these families all knew that the foundation of the existence of the large families in the Great Qin Empire was the secret support of powerful organizations like the Taishu Temple, the Mount Shu Sword Sect, and the Great Zhou Empire. Now that the two sanctified lands had fallen in the Battle of West Hill City, the Great Zhou Empire had chosen to remain silent apart from accepting the Lei family. As a result, the large families in the Great Qin Empire had become rootless. A life and death struggle could bring great trouble to the Great Qin Empire, but it was only trouble. It did not have any substantial destructive power. The fish would definitely die, but the net would not break. At most, it would become dirtier, and it would take time to clean it. The purge of the large families, which was expected to cause a huge upheaval, had become calm and peaceful. From start to finish, it had been smooth and orderly. Lin Feng did not care too much about this. What he cared about was how many students these small and medium-sized families could provide for him. Even if they lowered their heads and surrendered, the purge of the large families would still hurt their vitality. If they wanted to preserve their vitality as much as possible, they had to either try to bribe the royal family or find a ready-made big thigh to cling to. What thigh could be more suitable than Xianmen Tianzong, who had just crushed the prestige of Taishu and Mount Shu? They were powerful enough, and they were in a honeymoon period with the Great Qin Empire. If there were children in the family who could join Xianmen Tianzong, the Great Qin Empire would have to give them some face. Lin Feng was willing to accept such children from large families. In all fairness, it was easy for a good environment to breed corruption. There were many good-for-nothing children from large families who could not accomplish anything, but were good at spoiling things. However, on the other hand, they had excellent bloodlines, abundant cultivation resources, high-end Dao techniques, and were taught by great teachers from a young age. Most of the people who cultivated with them were also outstanding. The chances of producing talents from large families far surpassed that of ordinary people. Of course, there were geniuses among ordinary people, and there were many of them. However, compared to the massive population, they were like a drop in the ocean, and it was incredibly difficult to find them. To put it bluntly, one had to rely on luck. As for the children of large families having complicated backgrounds and too many connections, there would be negative effects after entering the family. Of course, these problems had to be considered, but one could not give up eating for fear of choking. To put it bluntly, over at Sand Continent City, Wang Lin's and Xiao Yan's clansmen had gradually developed and strengthened. Even if no one else entered Xianmen Tianzong, they could still obtain many conveniences. Many of the young children in the clans had begun to cultivate the Dao techniques that they had collected through various methods. Xiao Yan's clan was originally a cultivator clan, and now even the Wang clan was gradually developing. Others were afraid of the increasingly prestigious Xianmen Tianzong, so even though the Xiao and Wang clans were not strong, no one in Sand Continent City dared to provoke them. It was not that they had the intention to use their connections to intimidate others, but in the process of doing things, others naturally had to consider the existence of Xianmen Tianzong. Therefore, Lin Feng did not mind the children of large families, especially the children of small and medium-sized families who did not have a very strong background. Of course, the cohesiveness of blood relations was stronger, but small and medium-sized families were no longer worthy of having conflicts with the present Xianmen Tianzong. This was the path that every powerful sect had to take, not to mention Taishu Temple and Shushan. Back then, when Murong Yenran entered the Celeritas sword sect, the Murong family was honored. It was all the same reason. Again, when you have the ability to give the other more benefits, better conditions, and a higher sense of belonging, normal people will make the right choice. If you are slightly stronger than the other, you may attract the other schemes. You need to be careful and vigilant. But when you are much stronger, the weak will only attach themselves to you, and they will regard this attachment as their own glory. This was the privilege of the strong, and also the bearing of the strong. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. If there were really people with ulterior motives, Lin Feng also had a way to get rid of them before they even entered the sect. His preparations for opening the sect this time were much richer than the first time. However, after waiting for a month, the situation made Lin Feng not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 605. Before the second opening, Lin Feng was already mentally prepared. Even though he was recruiting from all over the world, the quality of the students was 80% worrying. Not to mention the Taishu Temple and the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Qin Dynasty also had their own talent bases, used to cultivate outstanding cultivators outside of the imperial family. Especially outstanding people, other than core Dao techniques, the resources and treatment were not worse than the imperial family members. The others, such as the Reincarnation Sect, Heavenly Sword Sect, Northern Militant Imperial Court, Purple Sky Dao, Celerita's Sword Sect, Songhai Sword Sect, and so on, including the already destroyed Tianqi Sect, the Hua family, Shi family, Yu family, Lei family. These large families were no exception. No matter which family, they would all absorb large amounts of talent within their own sphere of influence, screening all kinds of young people with cultivation talent several times. Many good seedlings just showed a little bit of potential and were immediately recruited. So Lin Feng did not have high hopes for the probability of a talented disciple from the beginning. His idea was to use quantity to make up for quality, relying on the huge population base. Even if the probability was a little low, there would still be a lot of talents. To put it bluntly, he was trying his luck, picking up a few scraps. But a month had passed. The situation still made Lin Feng a little dumbfounded. There really weren't many people with the total value of the 4 potential that could be looked at. Not counting those with no talent, those with some talent were mostly average talents. Based on the current assets of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, Lin Feng is confident that even if these people with mediocre talent, establishing a foundation in 50 years shouldn't be too big of a problem. But the resources that need to be invested are simply too much. There is no cost-performance ratio to speak of. Just thinking about it makes one's flesh ache. For example, when the first opening of the sect, there were good seedlings with a total value of 25. Even though the number was small, it was still quite impressive. Unfortunately, there were very few that made people's eyes light up. As expected, the various small and medium-sized families within the Great Qin Dynasty contributed most of them. They were all the top disciples of their respective families. But there were also many that Lin Feng looked down on. After all, he can see the 4 aspects of root bone, comprehension, will, and fortune, and normal people mostly only look at root bone when judging talent because this thing is more intuitive and convenient to quantify and compare. There were very few people who could judge one's comprehension and will, not to mention one's luck. After all, Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong were currently at the peak of their powers. There were many people who wanted to be their disciples. Unfortunately, the probability of them catching Lin Feng's eye was much lower. With such a huge number, there wasn't a single 1 over 30. All right, the requirement of 30 is too high, but at least 27 or 28 isn't too much, right? Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. This is the second time I'm opening the mountain gate. Don't make too much noise. That being said, Lin Feng was actually quite confident. Why? That was because he had already picked up a talent to build his foundation, so he didn't have to worry about having surplus food at home. This person was naturally Dao Yuding. With the destruction of the Tianqi sect, her master-disciple relationship with the Tianqi sect was naturally dissolved. This allowed Lin Feng to see her stats: root bone, 8 comprehension, 8 will, 8 and fortune, 5. The total value of the 4 reached 29, almost reaching 30. Root bone, comprehension, and will all reached 8. Except for the average fortune, she was simply impeccable. Although she was only a little short of 30, her future achievements could already be expected. This girl had already been listed as a key training target by Lin Feng. Average fortune? If he couldn't get good things by himself, then he would just have to rely on the resources of the sect to make up for it. Lin Feng himself had a card up his sleeve, but most of the others didn't know. Although there were many talents among the people who came to be apprentices, there were only a few with amazing talents. Many people even faintly felt a little happy. It couldn't be helped. In the Battle of Xiling City, Lin Feng's light was too dazzling. His disciples Shi Tianhao and Yu Hongyan respectively defeated Shi Tianyi and Bai Shiqian, which was also eye-catching. In this kind of situation, Xianmen Tianzong's overall strength continued to expand, which would make many people feel uneasy. The Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty didn't play any tricks on Lin Feng's opening of the sect this time, and even cooperated. But to say that Stone Feather and Liang Pan wished Lin Feng good luck in opening the sect, that would be a complete lie. With Lin Feng in charge, Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and the others continuing to grow. And then if the sect's grassroots strength was further strengthened, everyone really felt that they were looking at the rise of another cultivation holy land. Even the northern militant imperial court, the Purple Sky Dao, the Celestial Sword Sect, and the Sun Moon Sword Sect, which had always been on good terms with the Celestial Sect of Xianmen, felt that it was a pity for the legislation, but at the same time, they also felt a bit relieved. As the saying goes, dragons don't make friends with snakes. It was very difficult for people of completely different levels to become true friends. Even if they became friends, as the distance continued to grow, the friendship would eventually fade away one day. Sometimes, it wasn't that the strong side despised the weak side. On the contrary, it was precisely because they were strong that they didn't care about how others looked at them. Instead, it was the weak side that would become more and more embarrassed and uncomfortable under the criticism of others until it hurt their self-esteem. The momentum of Xianmen Tianzong, or rather Lin Feng himself, was too fierce, calculating in terms of the vast thousand worlds time. In just a few years, he had reached the height where he could compete with Taishu and Shushan. While it was shocking, it also made people feel that they couldn't keep up. It wasn't that they didn't want to change their thinking, adjust their attitudes, and put both sides in the right position. It was really that Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong changed too quickly, and they were completely caught off guard. It wasn't that they didn't want to change, but that the world changed too quickly for them to keep up. Thinking back to when Xianmen Tianzong first opened the mountain gate outside the Sand Continent city, the Heavenly Sword Sect's true Lord Ta Liang Tonghui and the Celeritas Sword Sect's patriarch Qin Ai went to congratulate them, but they were only Yuanian cultivators. But today, even Old Sword Immortal and Celeritas, who were primordial spirit returning to void powerhouses, didn't have the confidence to face Lin Feng. Lin Feng was bored to death in the quiet room. The job of receiving new disciples was handed over to the disciples. When people came, he would use the detector to look at them from afar. Those who were suitable would be kept, but they weren't officially accepted. They just passed the test and became candidates. Later, Lin Feng would give them an official test to eliminate those with ulterior motives. For things like sand, it was enough to keep a few with high aptitudes who could be manipulated. There was no point in having more. Oh, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. A newcomer had rather outstanding talent. 8 root bones, 8 perceptivity, 6 will, and 6 blessings. Lin Feng looked over and saw a delicate and lovable young girl standing in the courtyard. She looked timidly at Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan, who were in charge of receiving her. All 4 values are not bad. Lin Feng paid some attention. The total value was 28 points. Her root bones and perceptivity were both 8 points. Her innate physical conditions were considered very good. Her will of 6 points was slightly ordinary, and her blessings of 6 were sufficient. Overall, her potential was very high, but he needed to spend some effort to ensure that her potential could be effectively converted. But what made Lin Feng a bit surprised is that the little girl has Dao technique cultivation, and she has shockingly already reached the Qi disciple great perfection realm. This age, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. He carefully observed for a moment. The little girl was only 11 or 12 years old, about the same age as Jun Xiening, maybe even a little younger, but her cultivation level was higher than Jun Xiening's. Both sides had the same talent, but the gap in cultivation base was not small. Jun Xiening was from the Jun family of the ancient Yuan-Tian world. It was a family with a primordial spirit family master. It was not much worse than the Yu family and the Hua family. This little girl's cultivation base was higher than Jun Xiening's at the same age. In other words, she was almost better than Xiao Yan back in Wuzhou City. This showed that the cultivation base and resources she had enjoyed since childhood were better than Jun Xiening's, and many times better than Xiao Yan's in his youth. Such a person came to be apprenticed to. She really did not have a master. Was it because her family passed down the cultivation base? Or did she have ulterior motives? Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan also looked at the little girl with some surprise. After the two looked at each other, Yu Hongyan asked, "What is your name?" The little girl replied, "Junior Zhuge Wanqiu greets the two seniors." "You have learned cultivation base before?" Yu Hongyan continued to ask. Zhuge Wanqiu nodded and said, "Naturally, I learned from my father." Yu Hongyan asked, "Where is your father?" Zhuge Wanqiu's expression was slightly gloomy. "My father said that he was going to the void battlefield. He was afraid that it would be dangerous to bring me there, so he asked me to come here to be apprenticed to him." Xiao Yan suddenly asked, "Why did your father ask you to come to Xianmen Tianzong?" Zhuge Wanqiu answered, "My father said that the master of Xianmen Tianzong is protective. If I am apprenticed to Xianmen Tianzong, no one will dare to bully me. Even if he goes to the void battlefield, he can rest assured." As soon as this was said, Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan both had a strange expression on their faces. Lin Feng in the quiet room was even more stunned. After a long while, Lin Feng came back to his senses. He laughed and shook his head. "Mr. Zhuge, you are really something." Yu Hongyan looked Zhuge Wanqiu up and down and made the same judgment as Lin Feng. To have such a cultivation base at such a young age, the cultivation base and resources must be extraordinary. So he asked, "May I know your father's name?" Zhuge Wanqiu nodded. "My father's name is Zhuge Zhan." Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan's eyes flashed with confusion. They had never heard of this name. Lin Feng came to a realization. So it's him. No wonder he asked his daughter to come to me. He is a protective person. Lin Feng had heard of the name Zhuge Zhan, but he did not know much about him. This man was a wandering cultivator and did not have a fixed residence. However, his magical power was extremely strong. As a wandering cultivator, he managed to cultivate to the primordial soul unification realm. He was very famous in the circle of primordial soul cultivators in the Divine Land. He was considered a top figure among the wandering cultivators. However, he had a strange personality. He was moody and extremely protective. He once went against the Tempest Temple 100 years ago in order to protect his son, who made a mistake. Now, he threw his daughter to Lin Feng. The reason was that Lin Feng was just as protective as him. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. "The problem is that we've never met before. But since you trust me, I naturally won't bury your daughter. Of course, the prerequisite is that she can pass my test. After accepting Zhuge Wanxiu, they waited for a few more days. When Lin Feng saw that it was almost time, he immediately announced the start of the second opening ceremony. In the southern sky outside West Hill City, a sea of purple clouds emerged. The white jade, Fairy Mountain, emerged from the void. Those who wanted to be apprenticed followed Xiao Yan and the others to the outside of West Hill City. They all stared blankly at the miraculous scene in front of them,